Good morning, everyone. It's time for us to begin. We are glad everyone is here. Happy Valentine's Day. Just in case you didn't know, I am not Joe Pettibon. My shirt is red, not maroon. Joe would much rather be here than dealing with the challenges he has at home and his plumbing problems. So we got word this morning, midnight 1, that he probably wouldn't be here. So you might keep him in your thoughts. Not really a good Valentine's Day present for him or his family. We'd like to start off with introductions. Those of you out there, if you would just kind of holler briefly who you are, where you're from. Welcome.
And Texas Financial.
Community College.
Dana Mingo, Dallas Christian College.
Harold Whitus, Alamo Community College District.
Selma DeLeon, University of North Texas.
Ron Brown, University of Maryland, Maryland.
Lisa Blazer, UT San Antonio.
Marcus Wilson, Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center.
Jane Caldwell, Coordinating Board.
George Torres, Texas Guaranteed Student Loan Corporation.
Carolyn Jones, Collin College.
Ian Weaver, Coordinating Board.
Doris Constantine, St. Edward's University.
And I probably should have told you earlier, before you speak, you might want to push the little microphone button.
We have one more member.
And you are? Thank you. Welcome. We're glad everyone is here. We're going to start off with our discussion of the latest on the Coordinating Board proposals for financial aid reform. And Dan Weaver is going to run with that one.
So I asked Jane yesterday if I had anything prepared to talk about, and she said if you're not prepared now, then we're all in deep trouble. So. I guess we went into the session with a couple of, our two main issues was to look at the Texas Grant Program and take a very, very aggressive look at making recommendations for changes on Texas Grant. And then we also had a fairly aggressive plan to restructure and relook at the Beyond Time loan program. So those were the two key financial aid issues that we're putting forward. There's been a lot of feedback. I know that some of you, I don't know if maybe some of you have been at the hearings with your college presidents relative to Texas Grant. Where's the camera? I don't know where I'm looking. And I think that every president or every chancellor was asked, the impacts that the discussed reforms about Texas Grant would have on their campus, and then specifically talked about the different award amounts that would result as a result of the reforms. And I think that there were mixed responses. I think some campuses said it would be detrimental to their student body and to their mission, and then others said that we understand the financial constraints and we'll work with it. But there's just on the financial aspect, and there's a lot of give and take that's been going on and a lot of discussion going on, and then relative to the budgeting side of the process, so not so much on the policy side, educational policy side. On the budget side, we are very responsive to LBB and the Finance and Appropriations Committees, and they've tended to go down, and I have a handout that I'll pass out. They've essentially instructed us to look at Texas Grant and its current structure, which is $5,000 targets for universities, $1,325 for community colleges, and I'm trying to remember what the $2,400 for the career, the targeted for the TSTCs. And then also look at, well, what is, if we went back to the current statutory requirements, which are back to full maximum awards available, and the average historically is about, we usually end up making about 92% on average of the maximum award amount. So we have a number of projections that we do at that 92% level, and this will get around to you eventually, so bear with us. So as we've been putting together our financial projections and looking forward to the 14-15 biennium, we have been strictly looking at continuing the current practice or going back to the statutory practice. And what I passed out, and I guess we'll make this available through our website later today, this particular handout. Looking at the different base level funding for Texas Grant, which is $559 million, and we've also included the $15 million commitment that TG has already made for next year. So our baseline funding is basically $574 million. So on this pie chart, and for your audience, this is what it's going to look like when you finally get it. It's essentially we fund about 22% of new incoming students at the baseline funding back to the statutory provisions for award amounts. So it's back to institutions making full awards to incoming students, full awards for renewal students. So that's the left-hand pie chart. The second pie chart is continuing the current practice, which is this targeted amount, reduced targeted amount at the various sectors. We get to about 58% of new incoming students on a statewide basis. And then the coordinating board, through the through our appropriations process, we ask for additional funds for Texas Grant, taking the appropriation up to $738 million. So it's about $170 million increase in our ask. We ran the same scenario at this targeted award amount, and we get to about 90% of new incoming students would get a Texas Grant at that point. So this is, everybody is still in the program. The current statutory language doesn't change. We're still restricted on matching. If I give a Texas Grant, I have to assure that the student is not on the hook for any other tuition fees. So there's basically no statutory changes that go on. This is primarily a budgetary exercise on how far does the money go. So the follow-up questions that have come to the coordinating board have been very positive about Texas Grant from the appropriators, which is a good thing. So we've been asked to go back and look at, give us projections of how much money you need in like $100 million increments and what percentage of students does it serve. So we provided that information to various members of the committee. So I think at the Appropriations Committee meeting on Monday morning, the comment from the chair, the subcommittee on education was, our two main priorities are funding for Texas Grant and graduate medical education. So it's very much on their radar that these are needs for the state, and we're going to try and do our best to find funds to, put more money into the Texas Grant program. So those are all very positive things as opposed to where do we cut. So this is a whole different environment than we were 2 years ago. There's also, so the kind of the give and take from an award standpoint is a lot of members want to go back and make full awards, which is great. But I think they have a full realization of the limitations that the funding will only take you so far. So I think this particular presentation kind of gives them these stark differences of money available, students served, where do we as appropriators need to fill in. So I think this has been resonating with folks, and it's across the aisle. This is not a Republican or Democrat issue. This is a realization that the program is important and it's viable and it needs to be funded. So that's the funding aspect of it. So then back to the policy portion of it. Once you strip away the targeted award amounts, which is basically being stripped away from the policy discussion, there's not any appetite to lower the award amounts any further. there's still a lot of very solid policy recommendations that this committee has dealt with for many years with regard to enrollment requirements and limitations on the award timeline. Everybody would love to include transfer students, and I think Tom will talk about a little bit about that with the interim report from Senate Higher Ed. So there's a lot of fundamental changes within our recommendations that I think people still get, and they would like to do those types of things. But then it gets into the more the political nature of, do you introduce a bill, and what are the potential negative ramifications of introducing a bill, and the back and forth that might happen with that. So there has been no Texas grant bill filed yet. There is a potential sponsor, and I think that person is still, getting into the session. So I'm not sure when the bill will be filed, but we fully still anticipate that a portion of the Texas grant recommendations will get filed before the filing deadline. And it's primarily going to be geared around 12-hour full-time enrollment to get a Texas grant, and it's going to put 8 semester credits in some form or fashion on the limits of the award. It's still going to be potentially 150 or a 5-year limit. So any 8 semesters within a 5-year time period. And hopefully it will include a provision to make it easier for transfer students to get into the program. And I think those are the main kind of kicker on the policy changes that are being discussed. I'll stop there real quickly and see if anybody has any questions, and then we can continue to talk about that if you'd like to. And then I'll go into other areas if we need to.
I have a question. I'm kind of confused. As far as then the community college aspect of Texas grant, where do we fall into it? Are we still being left in the pot, or are we being taken out of the pot, or what's?
All of the discussions have, again, the policy committees haven't met yet. These are the appropriating committees, and the appropriating committees, all of them have been looking at current statute, community colleges, TSTCs, universities. Everybody is still in just like you're currently in.
Okay.
And, various scenarios, you're either going to be at your targeted 1,325, or you're going to be back into a statutory potential to offer maximum award amounts. So those are still to be determined depending on what bill ever gets filed. I don't know, and maybe some of you may watch more than I do. I don't know that the community college aspect has come up in the hearings that they've been having so far, because I don't know if TAC has testified before any of the committees. Okay. So I don't know that that specific question has come up. Whenever we present, it's part of our policy recommendations, and it's articulated as we're trying, if this should go, then the dollars that had been put in for community colleges would go to TEOG, so that from a financial standpoint, you're not losing anything. That level of detail hasn't happened in the appropriating committees yet. That will happen in the policy committees.
Thank you.
So we're thinking that maybe the original formula that you guys had come up with for calculating the awards, is that not still out there on the table? We're looking at more of the targeted award or the maximum. Is that what you're saying?
I think the general, and again, I think this will come up in maybe some of Tom's, there's still some, we / the coordinating board want to give more flexibility to the financial aid offices. And if you are very prescriptive on telling you what to do, there is no flexibility.
Right.
So we've tended to go back towards talking about targets of, we have a $300 million available. We have to allocate funds to institutions. We're going to use $5,000 as the target amount. Here's the money that's available. But then ultimately it's within the whatever the structure of the statute is at that point, give you and say, y'all are the ones on the ground that need to look at students and decide how much should they get, how much do they need to get. So I think that general discussion, flexibility on the institutions, everybody likes that. Well, in order to really get all of that, you have to file a bill to do that. And that gets into the kind of the dance that we're currently in. That makes sense?
But yes, but we kind of have a little bit of that flexibility as long as we meet tuition and fees right now.
Correct.
Because
And
I'm not
now-
awarding $5,000, I'm doing
Sure.
a combo of things. So that, okay.
So I think that if not, if the legislature, packed it in today and voted the bill out, we would be making $5,000 target awards at universities and $1,325 at community colleges, and we'd be doing the same thing we're currently doing.
Dan, as Lisa mentioned, we're sort of all kind of wondering about tuition and fees. This year, the average tuition and fees at general academic institutions is $7,400.
That's the target. That's the maximum award for Texas Grant.
And do you folks have even an initial inkling of what it might be for next year?
We do.
And if you're not at liberty to talk about that, that's okay.
Well, it's an inkling,
Okay.
a penciling.
Take it as such, yeah.
Yeah, $7,700 for universities, $2,640 for community colleges. I have this actually somewhere in my $7,700, $2,640, and $4,400.
Too many numbers.
There you go. Actually, we're trying to get a letter sent out soon, like maybe tomorrow, with the maximum award amounts for TEOG Beyond Time Texas Grant.
Okay.
With instructions that these are just the maximum award amounts, and they really are, that's what they're intended to inform you of what those are, and not really anything to do with allocations or how much money you have to spend or any other policy changes that might come down.
It does seem to me, though, that, again, that reflects an analysis of sort of what the average or the mean tuition and required fees are in those sectors, right?
Yes.
So it seems to me that's beginning to slow down a little bit, because I think it jumped from, what was it, 6780 2 years ago to 7400 this year, which was about a
7,100 in between.
7100. So
There were larger, we went 5,280 to 5,800, and we had some very large increases about 5 years ago. It is slowing down.
yeah.
It's slowing down at universities. It's increasing at community colleges. And at community colleges, there's very, very wide fluctuations on tuition and fee charges. So it's either 0% increase or it's 25% increase, depending on the particular community college's situation. So you don't have, universities are fairly consistent year to year. Community colleges, I think, are more sensitive to the current, local economy and what's going on with their students. And I think that tuition fluctuations there are much wider now than they have been in the past. Any other questions about Texas Grant specifically?
This is not related to pop, but do we have any, because I have to ask this question, do we have any idea when we'll know? I know it's legislative session. Are we going to get some kind of interim allocation at the normal March timeframe?
Normal March timeframe?
Well, that's around when we get it, sort of.
Yeah, you'll probably get it around then. That's what we're intending to do. I think the Finance Committee and Appropriation Committee, I think they've kind of made some overtones of trying to be done in March. The work groups in our area are meeting this week. And I think that Basically, there hasn't been any questions that have come up about any of our other baseline in the base bill. So if I'm a TEOG or if I'm a work study or a TEG, kind of that, whatever that starting place is probably pretty solid. The likelihood of something going down is not very likely. Texas Grant is likely to go up, and it's likely to go up substantially. I'm trying to think if there was one other one specifically. There is a fair amount of discussion on top 10%, and I'll make a note and we'll get to that at the end. So the answer is yes, we're going to try and get allocations out in kind of the March timeframe, and it'll come with the same caveats that our allocations come with every session, which is, proceed under the hazard of whatever might come your way. Segueing to be on time. Am I running over? I'm fine. Okay. So I know that I've been very active and aggressive in trying to restructure Beyond Time very substantially within the last couple of months. The feedback we continue to get from the Capitol is they're not quite ready for such an aggressive change. So we've restructured our restructuring of Beyond Time, trying to figure out ways to make it more efficient on a campus basis and make the funds look like the funds perhaps ought to look, which means instead of allocations based on some aggregated up statewide total, it's going to be, we're recommending that it be based on what institutions actually collect. So your allocation will essentially be however much you were setting aside to contribute to the program. So if you're a $5 million Beyond Time contributor, you're hopefully going to get $5 million of Beyond Time allocations back. This will require a statute change. The coordinating board, since the inception of the program, had various program guidelines of not stacking with a Texas Grant. So if you get a Texas Grant, you shouldn't get a Beyond Time. And now with the lowered award amounts that we've been dealing with in Texas Grant, you can't have a logical requirement like that because you're not giving students full Texas Grants anymore. So that would be a coordinating board program policy change that would allow you to stack Texas Grant with Beyond Time. There's also, we've recommended that you give it first to first-time entering freshmen in order to encourage them to graduate in 4 years, which is what the intention of the program is. Realizing that that's not always what's happened, we would tend to want to allow you to be able to perhaps give a Texas Grant on the front end of a student, then give them a Beyond Time at the back end. So not necessarily targeting incoming freshmen, but targeting to whatever your student population might most benefit from a Beyond Time. I think that's a program policy also. And then I think the last piece for Beyond Time is the award amount. The statute is fairly prescriptive on making full awards, and Tom, you and I traded a couple of emails on that. Sure. If you're going to give flexibility and we're going to do reduced Texas Grant, then it's logical that you would have reduced Beyond Time awards. So the ability for an institution to package a $3,000 Beyond Time for a student that might benefit with it at any time during their eligibility period, that makes sense. That I think is going to have a statute change to make that happen. And then specific to the funding of Beyond Time, we're back to the baseline funding from 12-13, so there's general revenue that's in Beyond Time. And there's a sufficient amount of GR and Beyond Time for the independent colleges and universities or the participating private institutions to continue to make, at the very least, renewal awards for the coming 2 years. And right now, there's enough money that there's likely to be some additional funds available to make new awards. However, that's that little pool of funds is going to get used, I think, for a variety of different purposes. So if you're packaging as a private institution, there's some comfort in doing it for renewal students, maybe not so much for new students, and hopefully we'll start getting that refined here in the next 6 weeks. Does that make sense? Okay. So that's kind of that's where we're at on Beyond Time. And there's lots of other discussion that we may go to in later about trying to get the word out about Beyond Time. This year's usage has been very strong at the private schools and very strong at public universities, actually. Everybody is pretty much using what's been made available to them. It's amazing what a little press will do. So I know TG's got some ideas about trying to get some outreach to students so that they know about it, so they can ask for the Beyond Time as opposed to it being either packaged or communicated after the fact. So I'm not as worried about the about the outreach portion of it, because we still have a very, very limited pool of funds available. It's just not very much money. So it won't take long to spend it all, and we just have to be smart about how we do that on a statewide basis.
Well, we heard yesterday at TG's Lender School Advisory that there might be some hope or an opportunity to get the Beyond Time release from the truth in lending requirements. And that, I think, would really free up a lot of this information flow to the students, and I think that would be very beneficial.
And I talked to a staffer yesterday that's trying to push that through. So he's going to send me what they're going to draft up. So
There's a couple of bills that have been, Texas is one of 14 other states that have this same problem. It's easier to make a very strong argument about Beyond Time, but it's also applicable to all state loan programs.
And I'm going to try, I'm actually in D.C. next week with NASFA doing some advocacy, so I'm going to ask them if I can add that as a topic. Karen Krause and I
On
are
the
gonna
Hill
be there.
Day on February 20th?
Yes.
I have some contacts for you also.
Okay. So let me know. I mean,
Sure. So I think Representative Hinojosa has a draft, and I think Representative Castro now has a draft. And Representative Klein from Minnesota, who's the chair of one of the committees, and Minnesota has been probably the most vocal advocate for this. So I think we have some strong support, and we have kind of the right people on board. It's just the environment in Washington is, and George can talk to this if he wants to, but it's not terribly conducive to getting anything done.
I'm actually going to, he knows one of them.
Representative Castro's bill will be specific to the Beyond Time program, and his bill should be out shortly, but his bill will exempt the Texas Beyond Time program and other similar programs. He doesn't want to exempt state grant programs.
I know, I tried to talk him into adding the
Yeah, no, he doesn't. His idea is the Beyond Time program is a great program. Everybody likes it. Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, liberals, because it has that carrot. And it also, the idea is obviously to encourage finishing in 4 or 5 years to get your loan debt forgiven. So his idea is this should be an easy sell to exempt this program. And if other states want to be exempt, then modify your program. And he feels pretty strongly about that. We spoke to him last week and with his legislative director. And Matthew emailed me yesterday saying that the language should be ready pretty soon. And I wanted to meet with John Wyatt, as a matter of fact, because he was asking who's the contact at the coordinating board I can run this by when it's ready. But his is specifically for Beyond Time as a way of encouraging these other states to modify their programs to be on time, because he regards it as just there's no downside to it.
Kiss of death. God bless him. Do I want to say anything about Hazelwood? So who's my Fort Worth people?
Sorry, could I ask just a couple questions
Sure.
before we move on off of Beyond Time? The appropriations, at least in the current, the original budget that is introduced for Beyond Time, the total amount, I think, would be the same for this coming biennium as it is for this biennium.
That's correct.
In your discussions with the folks at the Capitol, do you know what the source of those appropriations are?
Set-asides.
Okay. And what about the $100 million in set-aside that was kept in the state treasury from this biennium? Is that the source for the $105 million in appropriations or whatever it is for next biennium?
It can be. Essentially, set-asides come in every year. So there's an estimated pool of funds in the Beyond Time unappropriated receipts of about $100 million.
Yeah.
And that's assuming that everything that's being set aside currently goes into that pool. The set-asides aren't eliminated, so that revenue stream goes on.
Right.
And then the appropriators have to appropriate it, or if they don't, it just goes into the bank. So the $100 million is the accumulation of all the unspent general revenue dedicated that's accumulated over the years. So it's not as narrow as what's been collected either this year or what's going to be projected to be collected. It's just it's like your savings account. One of our requests is that they should appropriate what's collected. And then 2010 and 2011, that's how the rider language was written. You shall allocate not less than some dollar figure, but you have authority to spend what's collected. That would basically gives free latitude for us to try to encourage institutions to make Beyond Time loans to students. This biennium, the language is thou shalt not go over this dollar certain amount, regardless of what's collected. So the rider language kind of drives the allocation philosophy, whether it's being restrictive or it's being encouraging. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I guess.
That's your students' money in that account.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. So I'm a sophomore at my institution, and if the policy change is enacted into law that would allow each institution to essentially keep that portion of its set aside, which has been sent in to support Beyond Time in the past, to make future Beyond Time loans, if I understand it, then on a going forward basis, would that be counted in the appropriation for Beyond Time, or would that be in addition to what is appropriated for the upcoming biennium?
It's not in addition. I'm trying to make sure I understand your question.
Yeah.
Essentially, in the current bill for fiscal year 13, we have zero spending authority for what's collected.
Right.
So all of the money that we're collecting, which is going to be about $58 million, is going into that unappropriated receipts account. So your students that are contributing, they're contributing into that account. So the appropriators in a baseline bill, they're only going to give us spending authority for basically $40 million a year. That's how the bill is laid out. Well, I'm collecting 56 and you're only going to authorize 40. So I'm going to be adding $16 million more into that savings account. So if you don't ever appropriate more than what you collect, that account will continue to grow. But in a baseline spending bill, you always spend what you were authorized to spend in the prior biennium. So we have a flat growth appropriation and a growing collected revenue. So it's going to get worse over time.
And when you use the term collection revenue, you're referring both to the set-aside money that the coordinating board has collected from institutions and what has been collected from Beyond Time borrowers that do not qualify for the forgiveness of their loans and are making payments on their loans.
Yes, all that goes into that same account. That's not a very large sum of money, but
so again, if I'm a if I'm a sophomore at my institution next year and I paid money in tuition this year that was sent to the state, collected by the state to quote unquote go into the Be on Time account, which is now sitting in the state treasury. And next year my institution gets to keep that payment, that tuition payment I would make next year, but has to dedicate it to Be on Time.
Well,
Am I being funded for Be on Time next year only out of what my institution keeps, or do I also have access to funding out of what I paid as a freshman this year?
let me clarify, you're still not, keeping isn't the right way to think about it. It's still, you're still going to be sending money into the state, and we're going to.
You're going to reallocate.
We're going to
reallocate
reallocate it back to you. Should the statute be changed?
Because people in Lubbock should send their money to Austin
In
to
order,
then be reallocated back to Lubbock.
maybe there'll be interest accrued when it goes back to Lubbock.
Maybe.
And maybe we could talk offline. I'm not sure. I think you're making a good point.
I'm wondering whether or not the students who have paid to support Be on Time will have access for Be on Time loans to all the money they've paid in the past and in the future, and ultimately that will be up to what the decision that the appropriators make, right?
Yeah, it's just ultimately up to the appropriate. There are many campuses that contribute hundreds of thousands of dollars that don't use the program at all. So there are students not only have not gotten any benefit from those funds, they won't ever get any benefit from those funds. Your institution, I think, has transitioned into being a giver to being a taker to being a giver. Now you're a giving institution, which A&M is very thankful for. But
we try to support our Aggie friends as best we can.
So what we're trying to accomplish with our recommendations is to try to provide some institutional equity so that your students benefit from the funds that they contribute. And it's going to be from this time going forward, it's not going to remedy the past. Because the problem we have now is to spend down that balance, you have to increase the spending. You have to appropriate more money. And this is not an appropriating more money kind of a session.
This is just, I'm a curious question. The count that I think you referred to as savings, I guess it's the unappropriated
receipts.
and the collections from people and repayment. Is that also the account which the forgiven amount is expensed against? So it's got to be there to cover forgiven loans or anything like that?
No, the loans are receivable on the state's book, and when we forgive a loan, we just wipe out the receivable. There's no cash traded.
Okay. Just curious.
All very good questions, and I guess, there obviously are strong advocates for Be on Time at the Capitol that are trying to work through all these issues. I think that, again, it's if a bill gets filed, then there's lots of ramifications of having a bill on the floor that could take various turns. So I think there's some sensitivity around what can you do without statutory changes, what can we do, what do we need to have happen with a statutory change, and how do you frame it in such a way that it's got a good chance of passing. So that's kind of where we're at on Be on Time. Very quickly, I'll talk top 10%, which only applies for universities and community college students. The funding for top 10% is baseline from 12-13, which means we have about half of the amount of money we need to continue running the program. We've had a couple of conversations with the largest users of top 10%, trying to kick around some ideas about how do we manage with 50% of the budget that we need. I don't know that I have a lot of updates on top 10% other than to say that it is on the radar of the LBB and the appropriators, and hopefully they'll find a good solution that's least detrimental to our students. And I think that's about all I'm going to say about top 10%. There is a lot of discussion on Hazelwood. So Fort Worth Star-Telegram, I think, had an article this morning about the rising cost of Hazelwood exemption, which last year went to about $110 million of lost tuition and fee revenue across the state.
Do we know how many students that equals?
Like 16,000 awards? That may be
do you
just
remember, Connie,
university.
the number of Hazelwood recipients in 2012? We can share that information.
We'll get that for you.
Yeah.
There have been a couple bills filed that attempt to find funds for Hazelwood exemption. Some of them are, from a financial aid standpoint, it's taking the designated set-asides as currently used for financial aid and instructing institutions to make up their losses on Hazelwood.
What?
Your designated set-asides that are current HB 3015 set-asides, that you are to use the amount that you are currently losing in Hazelwood, you have access to those funds to make up your losses in Hazelwood. And then the remaining continues to be used for need-based aid. It's kind of like a hole. Well, it's a hole, and then you have another dirt from another hole that you're going to fill that hole, and then you're going to have the same hole, but it's going to be the hole that's for needy students and not for Hazelwood exemption. So
Bury me in that hole.
Of course, there's also Senator Patrick filed his bill to repeal the designated set-asides. We have a laundry list of bills, and I don't want to spend a lot of time going through them, but
Can we share the list this afternoon?
we can share you. I think we've been sending the list out. Didn't we send it to TASFA listserv? Yes. And you might keep an eye on SB3 and HB5, which are basically the K through 12 curriculum changes. So it's the elimination of the recommended high school curriculum, and it's being replaced with it's called the Foundation Program.
A bill filed for the designated set-asides? I'm sorry. There's been a bill filed for the designated set-it?
Yes.
Okay, I just haven't seen that on my list to review, so, okay.
And again, we've been collecting a list because we tend to make presentations a lot, and we'll make that available we'll send it to TASFA periodically on the TASFA listserv. It's not intended to be comprehensive, and nor is it intended to be, we're just trying to make information as available as possible. So these are bills that come across our desk that we have to respond to in some form or fashion. And I'm done.
Okay. Since we started with Dan, Pilar has come in. Welcome. And you're from?
Brownsville Independent School District. Pilar Janis from Brownsville Independent School District.
And are you our only counselor represented on the committee? Is that correct?
Yes, I'm the lead counselor for the district and their higher education counselor, but yes.
And the student member of our committee was not able to attend, but she sent some ideas, recommendations, and some thoughts that I believe we'll get to later. So at this point, let's take a quick break. If you will come back at 10:36. The bills that I believe Lynn sent to us yesterday that the coordinating board is kind of aware of, dealing with financial aid type issues. There's going to be some other bills of interest, maybe not concern, that you're probably tracking at your different schools and within your systems. Next up on our agenda is the discussion of the Senate Higher Education Committee interim report, and Tom Melecki will be leading that discussion.
Only because when I retire, I think I'm going to run for the state Senate. If I get elected, I'll immediately resign, but running for it looks like great fun, So once you get elected, though, you got all this responsibility, so.
Tom, this is in people's packet if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, if you look in your packets, Jane has provided you with a list of the recommendations that came out of the Senate Higher Education Committee, which did an interim study on a number of things related to higher education, including financial aid. And I think what I'd like to do is maybe ask folks to give some perspective and some feedback on some of those recommendations and how they feel that they might work for your students and such. So let's just kind of start in. Again, you're looking for a sheet that, Jane, can you hold that sheet up one more time?
It's labeled simply recommendations. It's about, it's in your packet right after the rules.
That's a cool idea. Okay, and let's all, by the way, speak at once and see if we can get reverb. So, you know, because I've never been to a financial aid meeting yet where if there were 12 financial aid administrators present, we didn't have at least 13 different opinions on things. So, anyway, so the first, you probably saw the write-up about some of the testimony the committee took and some of the issues it looked at. And really the first 3 or 4 recommendations here have to do with the Texas grant program. And I'd like to ask, so it's prioritize Texas grants in funding financial aid. It is limiting significant changes to the Texas grant program until the priority model takes effect and can be assessed and researched to see how well it's performing. Put an EFC cap on all need-based financial aid awarded to renewal students, and that, of course, would include the Texas grant program. And then also give aid offices maximum flexibility in awarding Texas grants, and this goes back to, I think, some of what Dan was talking about earlier, presumably in setting award amounts. And so let me ask some folks how they see those things playing out on their campuses. And Lisa, because I know you have a large Texas grant population, could you talk a little bit about how you might see some of these playing out?
Well, I like the idea of an expected family contribution cap for Texas grant for renewal students, because I think that if we're going to truly keep it a need-based program and for the neediest students, the thing that's happening right now, though, is because it's been a 4,000 EFC cap for so long, we don't really have that many renewal students that are going way beyond that 4,000. So, you know, in years past, because we had, you know, no EFC cap and then an 8,500, I think, we had more students that might not have as much need and have much smaller Texas grants. We don't see that very often, at least on our campus. So it's not as big of an issue, but I do think there should be some kind of cap. I'm not sure that it should be a flat 4,000 because there will be fluctuations in parents' income and things like that each year.
How about the maximum award amount? The 7,700 next year.
What's the question exactly?
Setting the renewal EFC limit at whatever the maximum tuition and fee award amount is.
That seems reasonable. I mean, I just don't, for our students, I don't see that many of them, their eligibility is changing that significantly from a 4,000 to an 8,000 EFC, but that's just my population. So I wouldn't have as much of a problem with that on our campus. I don't know if other campuses might be a little bit different. But if we're serving, you know, the majority, I mean, all these students are Pell eligible, they don't tend to lose that eligibility that quickly throughout their 4 years that they're at UTSA. So for us, that wouldn't be, I don't think that would be a significant issue for us.
Would it be safe to say that, and let me put this out there, that none of the institutions that currently administer Texas grants would be comfortable necessarily with a using the same $4,000 cap for renewals as, for example, now applies to initials. Or do you think maybe we should go that route? Because, again, what Dan's suggesting is a cap that might be almost twice that in order for a student to renew. I think where I see the advantage of that is we could have some fluctuation where a student might have been, $3,500 this year and $4,100 next year, and suddenly we take, a $5,000 grant away from them.
And they're still needy.
And they're still very, very needy.
They still need those funds.
But so what Dan's suggesting is something that would give quite a bit of latitude, but still set some sort of an upper limit, and so the student who wins the lottery might not get their Texas grant next year. But I mean, what do you think? Should it be tighter than that? Should it be?
I guess my question is, why do we want to even cap it? And I mean, what's the whole point of changing it at this point? What's the goal?
Well, what would you see as some of the downsides of capping it, Terry?
Well, right now it's, just what you said. You may still have a student that is needy, but if you cap it at 4,000 or even 2,000, they're not going to be eligible for it.
Yeah.
As a community college, that's why I was asking earlier about where are we going in the discussion with community colleges, because at one point we were out of the picture for Texas grant, and yet the funding supposedly was going to follow us to TEOG. Which, of course, is easier to award at a community college, so kind of, I think most of us are happy for that. I don't know, Carolyn or Harold, if y'all want to chime in on that. So the fact that we run out of Texas grant funds and don't even give it to everybody that needs one is another issue. And then, then they have the problem of not being eligible at your school unless they get an associate degree from us. So, it does have its challenges the way it's set up now. So if we are going to get the exact funding in TEOG, then I'm okay with that. I know it's not answering this question, but I'm just saying that I think that's how most of us feel.
Can I point out the fact that current statute would have the EFC cap even for IY go up this coming year to 4620 or something like that? 46. So it is a moving target even for IY based on statutory changes in the last session.
Not a moving target. It's indexed to the maximum tuition and fee amount.
Is it a percentage of that?
60%.
60% of it. Okay. So again, if I'm a student that this year has an expected family contribution that's 59% of the maximum tuition and fee account, and next year Dad gets a bonus, and now I go to 61%, I'm cut off from my Texas grant. If we're not careful about how if an EFC cap is applied, if we're not careful about how that gets applied.
Well, I think this committee's talked about putting an EFC limit on renewal awards in the past, and it's tended to go about, about 10,000, kind of like, let's pick 10,000 because that. So I think, there is some discussion at the Capitol about putting something in statute about the EFC for renewal awards, just like now there is something in for initial awards.
Why don't we tie it in closer to even to the Pell Grant eligibility? I mean, if you want to do that, tie it into the EFC of Pell, which is a little higher,
That would be a problem,
Terry,
though.
But then what we do is we tie, by statute, state policy to federal policy, and we don't know where the federal policy is going to go.
And for a renewal student that just goes just above the cusp of Pell, let's say they've gone 2 years with Texas grant and they're doing great academically, no issues, and then their third year, they're, 10 above the EFC for Pell, they lose tuition.
And I'm not saying let's necessarily in writing tie it to Pell, but I'm just saying make it high enough so that these students, 5,000 or 6,000 EFC.
About initial year or renewal?
Both.
Oh. I just think I think the renewal needs to be higher than the initial year because of I just don't think it needs to be like an extreme amount. And I don't know that it's an issue anymore. We've talked about it, but it used to be a bigger issue when the EFC for initial year was higher.
Yeah, I agree with that. And actually, I think what Dan said, using that amount around the 7,000 or so, and then we would know every year what that amount would be.
Sure. Yeah, it would fluctuate with whatever the statewide average tuition and fees are, so that would make it easy to understand.
Yeah, and again, even compared to what Jane pointed out in terms of what the threshold would be for this year, for this coming year, jumping from 4,620 to maybe in some future years more than 7,700, actually, given the tuition continues to rise at a lot of institutions. That would be a heck of a jump reflect a heck of a jump in family resources, it would seem to me.
It could also be same family income and just one fewer child in college.
That's true.
So I see that as most of the time when the EFC is changing. Income same, assets same, number in college are different.
Yeah.
Do you have any statistics showing what renewal EFC is versus?
I'm sure we could do that.
That might be helpful, just so we have an idea. I mean, I can do that on my campus, but
Well, I think we've done it. We just have to pull the file out.
And let's see, is it really an issue or not? Just kind of a few isolated kind of exceptions versus really a true.
Well, a few isolated in Texas, of course, is probably a few hundred or maybe 1,000 students. So.
And this proposal coming in the committee discussion was for all financial aid, not just Texas Plan.
Absolutely, yeah.
All need-based financial aid.
that could be an issue if we get with, I'm sorry, microphone. That would be an issue if for Texas work study. I could see that being an issue for that program.
Sure. Let me ask, maybe Ron, and as Jane points out, it would apply to all need-based financial aid, which would also include the TEG, if I understand it correctly, the Texas Education Grant that serves the independent colleges and universities. Doris, Ron, I mean, what's your perspective on that?
I like the fact that the renewals can have a higher limit on the EFC than the initial year awardees for all the same reasons everybody's already said.
But right now there is no EFC limit on TEG. You just have to show need. Is that correct? That it's in the statute that you have to show need.
So do you think that the recommendation was meant to create an EFC limit for renewal TEGs? Or was it really the reference to all need-based aid was more Texas grant, Texas work study, things like that?
I viewed that as a public higher ed comment, not inclusive of TEG, but that's certainly not how it's written. We'd have to check with the finance committee or the higher ed committee on that.
Okay.
We will.
I'm sure you will.
And I guess, again, my question, the recommendation to place a cap, is it to limit? So we're not, we're cutting the number of students that are eligible. It's obviously a funding issue, isn't it? I mean, why are they even considering placing a cap on this?
Well, if you have limited resources to make new awards, then do I want to give a Texas grant to a student that's got a $15,000 EFC now because they have one less child in college, as opposed to giving it to a zero EFC for freshmen? So it's just a rationalization of, if the state has limited resources, where do you want the money to go? This is a way to, shave off the backside to make sure you have more money for new students, or you have more money to make higher awards to new students.
But I guess need is need, and I guess that's the part that is kind of perplexing, because if a student has need based on our cost of attendance, then
I think our statute says that we're supposed to define the student with the greatest need.
That's true in Texas Grant and TEOG.
So there is a qualifier on being more needy than others. So.
But I think that's typically what most financial aid administrators will do anyway.
right.
Unless
For renewal, we don't.
unless there's a renewal on Texas Grant, and then it's more of an obligation than a.
But we're talking
required.
about all financial aid programs, though,
Right.
not just Texas
Yep.
Grant. I mean, I would never save funds to fund those who have the smallest need.
I mean, and I would say most of us do that. Its priority is given to students with the greatest need. So I kind of have a problem with the cap because I just feel like we're already doing this without now, in all these examples of students that are still going to have need, but because of that cap, aren't going to be eligible, that year, whatever. So I just feel like as practice, that's what we do. Priority goes to the highest need students.
Unless they're a renewal Texas Grant recipient, then you're obligated to give them a Texas Grant, and
If
they
they're
have
eligible.
if they meet all the other eligibility requirements, and they have $1, or, I don't want to start talking about packaging, but you could have a very high EFC student that's a renewal Texas Grant student that you would not normally have funds for because they would be outside of your normal.
Well, Tom is asking if we really want to do this, and here we are coming up with all these issues that it creates, which kind of underscores his question. Is that something we really want to do?
Yeah, and again, it seems to me it begs the question, do we really want to do it at all?
Right.
Or do we think it's still prudent to do it, but to make sure that the EFC cap for renewal is high enough so that a student who has some change in family financial circumstances that boosts their EFC by some fairly marginal amount doesn't somehow get cut out of the program?
And we're talking about not just the Texas Grant. So, Texas Work Study is the one that, it's not that much money, but it does help fund our work study program. So I would have an issue with a student with a $7,700 EFC that wouldn't be eligible for Texas Work Study.
Well, and again,
That's
I read this, and I didn't read it closely enough, apparently. I read this as a Texas Grant proposal and not for work study and not for TEG. And
So then we need to be very specific about that then.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I think these are the recommendations from the interim.
If I could just clarify one thing before we go too far. Technically, there are no renewal students in TEG. We have students that get a subsequent grant, but there's no guarantee in TEG that that student will ever get another grant after their first one. So we see this as a way of making, what we see we've got in our situation is the ability to address the whole student body's need in every different year. And you can have students who can't qualify for a Texas grant whose income and total financial circumstances have been reversed, but we can address that issue. I think that's a fundamental thing that we would want to make sure doesn't change for TEG.
And I think those of us at the private schools, that's how we use TPEG, that it gives us that flexibility to really target the different populations and their different needs.
So, Carol, what you're saying is a TEG school could offer a student a TEG for their freshman year, but because of some change in the composition of the student body or change in institutional priorities or something like that, essentially that student has no assurance that they could receive that TEG for the out years.
That's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
I don't think very many independent institutions operate on that premise very often. But if you see, for example, a family member, a breadwinner, gets a big promotion and their income increases dramatically, and their need level went down, I think that the financial aid director then has the flexibility to decide whether they're going to lower his TEG grant or not give him a TEG grant. There may be something else.
Right.
All of those things fall into the consideration. I know, for example, that there are scholarships that are available to students only after they've been at the institution for a year or two. And if a student wins one of those, why would you keep giving them TEG if they no longer needed it, if they were closer to a free ride than they were eventually? Sure. So there are all of those kinds of things that get taken into consideration. And that's why we've always been kind of glad there was no guarantee, because that makes it possible to really look at the situation you've got in front of you.
Right. Okay, thank you. One of the other proposals here is, recommendations is limiting changes to Texas grants until the priority models had a chance to take effect and work for a few years, and then the coordinating board and others in the state have a chance to sort of assess the impact of the priority model. How do people feel about that? Lisa?
I agree.
How do you feel?
I've been an advocate for this. So how do I really feel? I really think that because, we're just now getting ready to implement that priority model. I think it'll be important, given that we know we already had kind of the restructuring of the flexibility and the 5,000 target award. I do think it's really important for us to really look at how that priority model is working, because it's going to impact who gets the award, the changes in graduation, because that's a big topic on our campus. Is that going to have an impact on the graduation rates of our Texas grant students? So before we make any significant changes, especially to the dollar amount that we're awarding to students, I think it's important that we see just how well the priority model is going to work for increasing that graduation rate and helping those students that will be successful on our campus.
Sure. I guess I'd ask I see some head shaking among some of the four-year institution folks here. I'd ask our colleagues from the community colleges, how do you see that priority model playing out on your campuses, and is this an issue for you?
I think the priority model is a good reason to move funds from Texas Grant to TEOG for community colleges.
How so, Harold?
But I think it may have a negative impact on our students as far as their eligibility to participate in the program.
This doesn't apply to community colleges, the priority model.
So well, here's my question then. This says limits significant changes to Texas grants. Doesn't specify what kind of changes. So those changes could be, for example, in funding for the program, things like that. I'm not sure that was quite the intent. But part of what I think I heard Terry mention was there was a hope within the community college community that if Texas grants were withdrawn from community colleges, there'd be that the money that had been used for Texas grants would stay with the community colleges in the TEOG program. I assume you're
That's what we have been told, and I think that's what he said earlier, that we would not lose funds, and TEOG is easier to award. So that's why I'm saying, for us, community colleges, I'm not too upset if it goes in that direction, because it is a much easier grant fund to award. So if the money is going to follow us, then I'm okay with it, because like Carol said, the way it originally was intended, before we realized that we were excluded, the extra, requirements of certain GPA, cut scores on SAT or whatever, those extra things would have had significant impact for us. We wouldn't have had the students, to award it, or not as many, because they go to your school or to the other schools. So,
provided we have a pathway for community college students then to transfer into a Texas grant when they get to the university.
Exactly. That would be my concern, is that we do have to have a path, because then they're going to lose out when they go to the 4-year, unless they have an associate degree based on the current model right now. So
part of the proposal is to accomplish that, but again, that's part of a bigger package.
And like I said earlier, currently right now, I mean, we run out of funds before we can award everybody. So some students are already losing out. And then when they get to you, you know, they don't have that unless they get that associate degree. But if they're just trying to transfer, you're not going to be able to award them because we didn't give it to them. So, and then we get them saying, well, it's your fault, ACC, because you didn't give it to me and now I can't get it at UT. So
Right.
we're not winning with the current situation anyway, so.
We actually even tell the students from the Houston Community College District that it's ACC's fault. Yeah, I mean, and our experience, quite frankly, is that, at least anecdotally, not that we've ever done a survey on it, very few students who transfer into our campus from a community college started at that community college with the intent of getting an associate degree. They were trying to start there for a year, year and a half, something like that, with the full intent of moving on to the 4-year university.
I agree.
And so, yeah.
We're trying to help that with part of the proposals, but it's if we let the priority model work, which I don't know that anybody here will disagree with that, we're going to take a 2-year break from other policy changes because I don't think a bill's not going to get introduced with the breadth of changes that we recommended if you take away the dollars conversation. That's not going to get done if we go down this path. So and whenever I end up testifying about Texas Grant, it's, you know, there are some structural deficiencies of Texas Grant that we would like to fix that the committee wants to fix, and transfer students is one of those. So that's going to get put by the side if we don't do anything. And that may just be the case, and then we'll be back here talking about this next year.
Well, and to the extent that Texas Grant helps adequately fund students to progress and get their degree in 4 years, and we're talking about at $5,000 grant, a significant portion of their aid package. And I don't mean to sound hard-hearted about this, but if there's not an increase in funding so that we can also fund transfers from community colleges at $5,000 and our freshmen at $5,000, we're being held accountable for our 4-year graduation rates that are calculated based on entering freshman cohorts.
That's true.
And to divert to try to cover a larger canvas with a shrinking can of paint, that's problematic. You know, so you're right, Dan. It's the hip bone's connected to the thigh bone. It comes down to both how much is the appropriation and what is the structure of the program. And so,
If it were easy, everybody would be doing it.
yeah. I do take it that there are probably many people at this table who are financial aid administrators who would certainly object to being provided with maximum flexibility in awarding Texas grants, right? A show of hands? Okay, thank you. Let's move on. And the next one is about Be On Time. And actually, there are two in here that are specific to Be On, or that mention Be On Time specifically. Recommendation number 5, which is the legislature should fund Be On Time consistently. And recommendation number 10 about the coordinating board implementing strategies to inform middle and high school students about relevant student financial aid programs, not just Be On Time, but it does make specific reference to Be On Time. Some thoughts about that Be On Time and these two recommendations.
Well, if it's anything like the Texas grant that these students were promised, and then we're putting caps on, we told them, graduate with a recommended plan, and we've got some money for you. And then when they got to us, there's no money. So, we can tell them and we can start, and I agree. I mean, I think the earlier we start informing them about the the aid that is out there, even, sooner, elementary school, there is money, for you to go to college. But I wouldn't be pushing beyond time necessarily. I would just be, promoting financial aid in general, that there is aid out there for families, to apply. I think that would be the general message. But anyway, I'm just kind of being facetious because of the fact of Texas grant, that here we are talking about capping it and all this stuff. But yet when we first started talking about it, it was like, we thought it was going to be kind of like the Georgia, the Hope Scholarship sort of thing. And it totally has not turned out to be that way. So.
Well, it's just like the top 10 too. We told the students graduate in the top 10% of your class, and you'll get money when you go to college. But then they put the early completion of the FAFSA date on it, and they put they put a lot more restrictions on who we could give it to based on the statutes that they attach to it. So, the more information we can give.
Were those statutory restrictions?
No.
Okay. Coordinating board restrictions, sorry. But it's the same thing. If we're talking to 6th, 7th, 8th graders about what they could possibly get when they go to college.
It'll be different.
We don't know what's going to be available and what's going to be appropriated by the time they get to college.
Right.
So I think we're on real shaky ground when we start mentioning specifics that are going to be available for
I
them.
agree.
We can say there are things that are available now, and this is what they are, and this is the type thing you want to start looking for when you get to that point and you start planning for it. But if we go in and we promised high school students, if you start high school and you complete with this degree, you're going to be eligible for Texas grant. But then there's the EFC cap, there's all these different rules that apply to it that are other than just saying it's going to be there. And I'm just like you. I've had students come in my office and sit down and say, I want my Texas grant. And, well, you didn't file the FAFSA. Your EFC's too high. Whatever the situation is, well, that's not what they told me in high school. And it's always the financial aid people that interact with the student that get the student that's upset because they thought they were doing what they were told to do to get to a place. And then when they get there, the rules have changed, or there's been changes in the statutes or the implementation that changes, their expectations. So anytime we start talking to middle school students about what's available today, I'm real leery of being too specific.
So Carolyn, would your advice to the state Senate be that we not tell middle school and high school students about financial aid programs?
No, but I would explain to them the fact that it is very hard for us as professionals to go out there and tell students what they can expect in 3 or 4 years when things seem to morph every year or every 2 year.
I'm sorry, go on. I think the key here is just an awareness, for students to know and parents at an early age that there's an awareness of financial aid programs and not necessarily get into the specifics.
Right.
Maybe just explain what the grant programs are, work study, loans, but not get into any real detailed specifics. I mean, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, there is some research, I think, that's been done at the federal level by the Advisory Committee on Student Financial Assistance that suggests that a lot of students who might be eligible for financial aid coming out of high school don't seek it, don't apply for it, don't complete the FAFSA, things like that. Now, some of that could have to do with the complexity of the FAFSA, but some of it may be that they're just unaware of what's out there. And I guess the question is whether or not, if at least making sure people understand, there are programs out there to help people.
Right.
And you do yourself a disservice if you don't at least apply for them. There's value to that kind of a message, it would seem to me.
I agree with her in that I know in our district, I've trained elementary counselors, middle school counselors in financial aid. In fact, I have middle school counselors helping on FAFSA nights. This was all new and foreign to them. But I did a test pilot FAFSA so they would know how to help students. Our middle school students are attending every single event that I do, college and financial aid night, college and career nights. We've partnered with local entities that give me iPads and great incentives that we fill the house in a big auditorium, so it's working. But the message that I know I give the students, they listen to all the things that a senior needs to do, which is good for them to know. You need to apply, you need to test, you need to apply for financial aid. But I think the general thing, because I know in my PowerPoints, I stopped changing the amounts on Texas Grant and all in the limited funding, and so it does still say limited funding, but I think the message is just to let the parents and our students know, but especially the parents, because they're the ones that never get the information, that there is money available at the state level, at the federal level. So it just kind of has to be a message of hope that if you work hard and if you do what you're supposed to do, that in the end there will be help. And maybe it is going to be a large portion in loans and somehow. It's not all going to be free money or there's going to be money, because there's the self-help. And if you can't provide that, then that's why you take out loans. But the important thing is that I know in our district, like all border districts, we're 95% economically disadvantaged. So most of our kids are first generation, don't have a brother and sister that went to UT or A&M or UTSA or to guide them or to tell them, don't worry, there's financial aid. So they have to hear the message from us. And there are a lot of things cropping up. Besides Advice Texas, we have the AmeriCorps Mentors. I just finished talking to Rick Margo on the way up on PSAFE, which is another grant coming out of, I think it's the coordinating board or A&M. I'm not really, I don't know all the details yet. It's a college awareness for 9th and 10th grade parents in schools. And so we're going to put a night together. So there's a lot of, from all sides, everybody trying with the same goal, right? Mm-hmm. But I think the message, I go back to what Selma said, it's just a general work hard, and there's a rainbow.
We do have a section of our program today that deals with training. And we have Wilson from TG, who will speak a bit on that as well. So we'll have an opportunity to speak in more depth on this issue this afternoon.
I just wanted to say that, as someone, I think we all go to high schools and give talks or community groups or after-school programs. And I know that in those, I always talk about Beyond Time, because I know how we all administer Texas Grant, TEG, student loans, institutional grants, but I don't know how each of you administer Beyond Time, and really how, you don't necessarily award it. So it's like they have to know it exists in some campuses to even maybe get it. But I don't know. It's maybe my ignorance of the system. So I think this is getting at informing the public to ask to even know it exists, and I think it's very reasonable.
Yeah, and again, and Marcus and George and Dan all mentioned this earlier this morning. There are provisions in federal law and regulation right now that say unless an institution has a preferred lender list with 2 unaffiliated lenders on it, it cannot recommend or promote or pass on information to its students about any private student loans. And the definition of private student loan is so broad that it applies to the state loan programs. And some people would even argue certain federal loans outside of the Department of Education. And so you have a Beyond Time loan, a forgivable loan, or with a 0 interest rate if it's not forgiven, that we can't tell students about unless we also want to be recommending to them a private for-profit lender that's trying to maximize profit off of them. And some of us are very uncomfortable with doing that. And so you're right, Doris. There are institutions that wait for students to ask for it by name, and then we can work with them on that. And I think Dan suggested there, even with that, what our student newspaper referred to as a gag rule, the demand for the Be On Time loan is up this year. In fact, on our campus, we've only been able to fund 44% of the students that asked for Be On Time loans. And which is a good thing, and it's indicative of how effective some of these outreach efforts can be to tell people about what kind of things are out there. And again, maybe Sam's going to get into this later on. So, Sam, if you could be, when you do talk a little bit later on, could you talk specifically about how you're informing students about the various aid programs that are out there and things like that? Yeah. Thank you.
My concern on the Be On Time would be to talk to them about it now when we don't have funding to, I'm renewing students and that's it. We aren't putting any new students on. So to tell an 8th grader there would be On Time money, I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable right now telling a high school junior or senior there would be On Time money.
But they might be going to.
Yeah,
another
right.
school.
That's true.
I keep seeing number 9 being lumped into this discussion. That until everything is fully funded, that these questions all exist and will continue to exist. If we can fund the current programs, get the kids where they're used to that, they have some idea as to what's going to be happening, tweak them as necessary, but not make the major changes that are being made, then I think it does have a very good impact on the students. I mean, when Texas Grant first started, the curriculum changed. The students did exactly what was expected of them, what we wanted them to do, and it was a wonderful outcome. But then the funding didn't follow, and the impact, I think, we're now kind of going back the other direction. So,
yeah. Does anybody have any concerns about number 9 about waiting till we fully fund the current programs to fund or to create any new programs?
I totally agree, and I've said that for many years. It's like, why are we creating new stuff when we don't even have our current stuff together? So
I think everybody in this room said that.
Yeah.
One time or another in their financial aid career.
We don't need any new programs.
Will programs ever,
especially another loan, excuse me.
Will programs ever be funded fully? I mean, could we be waiting forever?
Was that just kind of sarcastically put in there?
Yeah, I mean, it's
Well, this is an interim report, at least to advise the legislature for this session. I don't know, Zelma, that this means that in a session 6 years from now, there won't be some recognized need for the state that might create a compelling case for a new financial aid program. Uh-huh. I think the question is whether or not, while we're unable to fully fund the students with the programs we now have, is there any compelling need? And I guess I have to assume that the conclusion of the Senate Higher Education Committee was there was no compelling need to do that right now. Number 8, the Texas Work Study Program. And Dan mentioned earlier that the budget that is currently under consideration by the legislature would level fund that program for the next biennium, the same amount as for this biennium. Good idea? Bad idea? Should we try to grow Texas College Work Study?
Would the funds come from a grant account somewhere to cover it, or would it be new money?
Your school will pay.
From our school? No, I would stand against it.
Well, no, actually, the rest of us would all send you thank you notes.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Well, that'd be nice.
If the push for the minimum wage continues to go forward, then without new additional monies coming in, then the available dollars basically are decreasing.
Well, yeah, certainly the impact of them is decreasing because the number of jobs are decreasing. I will tell you that we've looked at this on our campus, and we've had a slight declination in state work study allocations over the last few years. We've had a very significant declination in our federal work study allocations. They're down, I think, 25% in the last 5 years, I believe. And we have 400 fewer jobs this year on our campus than we had 2 or 3 years ago. with all the positives that go on with students doing work study, at least at our campus, we see that as a problem and would love, and we're actually beginning to invest institutional funds that might have otherwise gone to grants and scholarships in funding work study jobs because of the value of work study in so many different ways to the students. And I know Lisa's been doing that.
Yeah, my
for quite a while.
institutional work study from my designated set aside is more than my federal allocation now.
Yeah.
Because we made a commitment. We started small the first year of the deregulated tuition, but we have a need, and actually in our graduation rate improvement plan, one of the initiatives is to increase campus employment, student employment on campus. So we're looking at ways that we can we're probably going to be putting in more designated set aside, if it continues to exist, for more internships and work study programs and things like that, because we feel like it's such a strong indicator of students being successful and being able to graduate on time, because our student population has to work. So we'd rather have them on campus helping us fulfill a lot of things and also helping them succeed. So ours is about $1.4 million in institutional work study. It funds my entire summer work study program. So.
I'm sorry, Dana, I have not called on you. Forgive me, I shouldn't be ignoring you. Any thoughts about this?
No. Since this is my first official meeting, I've just been kind of sitting back and taking everything in.
Okay.
But pretty much, I'm at a private institution right now, and so coming from a community college, everything that Terry and Harold and Carolyn talked about, but then transition to a private institution, I have to kind of, my wheels are turning, so it's kind of transitioning over. So a lot of the programs we're not currently, participating in right now, we're working on that. So really, I'm just kind of taking some of the information in and making some notes. So, I'll chime in whenever I have something to add.
I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Okay. That's okay.
Well, I would just like to say, as far as like at ACC, we currently only get about 70,000 in Texas work study. So yeah, if we could expand it, it would be great. Offer more possibilities for students to work on campus.
Sure. So do you want a TEOG dollar, a Texas grant dollar?
I want everything.
Or a work study dollar?
The work program is good as a retention tool, too, because they seem to get wired into a department. They get to know our faculty and staff better. They feel more a part of the campus. And so anything we can do that helps them have that experience and feel a part of things and like it's a place where they belong, I think it'll help them on to persistence to a degree. Whereas maybe if they aren't in athletics, and they aren't in the band, and they aren't working on the work program, they could have a lonely freshman year, not like it, want to go somewhere else. And then once they start bouncing around, I think it increases the chances they'll never complete a degree. And so sometimes I think the work program can be maybe even more helpful than a grant dollar, just depending on the student. There's students who, if you can give them $3,000 one way or the other, if you give them $3,000 and have them work 15 hours a week on the campus, it'll enhance their freshman year and enhance their experience. It's just trying to determine which student's which.
There is a provision in current programs that would allow an institution to move money from TEOG or from Texas Grant or from TEG and move it to work study, up to 10% of the money that they have in that program. So we do have some institutions taking advantage of that option.
Sure. Lisa, how long has your work study program been going on?
Since spring of 2004.
So you have enough data to write a short missive on the value of work study?
I would be happy to. Let me write that down. Yeah, no, that's one of the things that we're looking at because we've got so many initiatives. We have this whole, graduation rate improvement plan. Work study and student employment are some of the things that we're really going to look at. Okay, I'm saying things anecdotally based on research that's out there that students are more successful. We've just built up the program. We started with it just funding summer. And it was really kind of logistical too, because it's easier to spend all my federal and state during the fall and spring, and then I have a little bit more leeway during the summer with my institutional funds. But now we ran out of federal last year in January. And so we had to switch over. We switched over to institutional starting with around the end of January, beginning of February. So we've kind of shifted and put some of our institutional resources into fall and spring, and then we set aside a certain amount for summer. So, but we are looking at expanding it because it's been good for the university because it allows us to have more work-study students, especially when I took a big cut to my federal a few years ago.
Well, I think our Policy Institute has, their research shows work study is, huge impact on graduates.
Mm-hmm.
So there's advocacy from our side that work study is a good thing. It tends to get lost in the dollar tug of war.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if some of the institutions who've had their own individual work study experiences might be able to share that in such a way.
I think the only downside is it can't really be, it can't be student employment. There are limitations because it's the designated set aside, so I still have to abide by all that. But, it does allow us to get a lot more students out there in the program. And our work study is a $4,500 award for the fall and spring, so it's a pretty significant award for a student because our campus culture is that they work 19 hours a week. That's the maximum we really want our students to work. And so, it's a pretty large award. It eats up a lot of need. That's why I was so concerned about having that EFC maximum for a work study position because that, we already have a high work study award, but that's what works on our campus, so.
The Writer 60 report. I'm sorry, who are you?
George Purcell, listed by George.
Thank you.
The Writer 60 report that I wrote last had a college work study, the college work study, was a very strong. Very strong predictor of success.
Thank you. We only have a couple minutes left. I'd like to lay down a ground rule for this last one that I want to ask you about. It's number 6.
Thank you.
You can't say no to this. But I'll ask you 2 questions. Should all institutions be held to the same standard in terms of what constitutes an excessive default rate, or should something else be taken into consideration, where maybe based on the characteristics of a student body or something, there should be different standards for different institutions? Or if you don't want to answer that one, number 2 is, what would be an appropriate way to hold institutions accountable for an excessive default rate, whatever that might be determined to be?
I've been dying to say something on this.
You can't say no to this.
I wanted it to be the number 1 topic that we were going to discuss because I had a problem when I read it, and I thought, oh my God, here we go again. And now it's at the state level. It's like, really, we don't have any. I mean, as far as being held accountable for a student to default, we don't even have who we can give it to. I mean, we're pretty much told A, B, C, if they meet this, you're going to give it to the student. So, I have a problem altogether with the way we are held accountable for default rates.
Thank you, but you can't say no to this. And
okay.
Let's assume that the default rates have to do with be-on-time loans and or Cal loans where you do have some discretion over whether or not you make the loan to the student.
Well,
or do you want to ask for some additional discretion if you are going to be held accountable? And if so, how would you exercise that?
Tom?
We only have, by the way, about 60 seconds left, so go ahead.
Well, we don't do very many be-on-time loans, for one. We do some CAL, so I mean, we're not big stakeholders in this at the community college. But I just feel like institutions, I mean, we are trying to do financial literacy workshop. We are trying to inform the student, but a lot of it has to do with retention, which, yes, institutions are held accountable for that to some level, but then, faculty also need to have a buy-in to this, which at most institutions, well, they're held by a different
Okay, I
rule.
understand that there are a plethora of problems with this. How would you solve one of them? Let's assume this is going to happen, and now the Senate has looked at you and said, how do we implement this?
I do think it needs to be based upon characteristics of the different institutions. As a health sciences center, if everyone were held to the same level where we are, I don't think that would work very well. But then, again, I think the awareness of the different populations that our schools are serving has to be a consideration.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts?
What's the definition of excessive?
Yeah.
Should it be the same at your institution as it is at Marcus's Health Science Center, for example? Or should your institution be allowed a little more latitude in its default rate, given the nature of the student body that it serves?
I don't know the answer to
Your
that
second
question.
statement.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I have kind of an issue with, okay, I'm working to decrease my default rate, even though mine's not excessive, but I feel like it's an important piece. That's part of our job, is to keep students, try to prevent them from defaulting. I've designated a person to do that. But I guess I have an issue with our federal default rate having some kind of implication for our state grant programs or something like that, because I don't think that that's necessarily the right way to go. So I'm not sure what accountable means and what excessive means. Those are two definitions. I'm not sure.
And I would say that if this does happen, that having support for a default aversion plan.
I'm sorry.
I would say if this happens, to also have support for a default aversion plan, support from the state.
Right.
It helps schools because of the resources. We have been implementing a default aversion plan for the federal loan programs, but it takes resources.
Yeah.
Can I suggest we discuss this at our tables at lunch? If we're going to get to any place before the crowd gets there, we probably need to quickly go.
Sounds like fun.
I'm sorry?
Said it sounds like fun.
Okay. Well, I think there's a lot of interaction, a lot of good conversation that we can have, and then pick this back up when we get back. Let's take an hour. So see y'all at 12:36. Rules, draft description, draft rule. Okay. I noticed something as we're going through it under section 21.XX, committee membership and officers. There are 2 E's.
Oh. Well, be that way. On the second page, were committee members and officers. Okay, thank you.
What we would like to briefly discuss is basically those 2 sections of E. How do we determine who has a term of 1, 2, or 3? How do we determine, let me get my notes. How do we select new members? Self-nomination, someone else nominates them, TASFA nominates them, making sure that we have the breakdown or the diversity as described in section B of that same category. As new members are being brought in, do the old members vote for who comes in? Some little procedural questions like that. I think we're getting close to taking care of all of this.
I'm just saying we need to make a decision.
It's easier to make a decision right now.
That's exactly right.
true.
So
Do it.
basically, we become permanent members.
I suggest we assign this to Tom Melecki.
I think the way that it's worked at TG when I've been on the committee is that they give a time frame and say you can submit your own name and a little resume and the organizations you've belonged to and the financial aid history, or you can submit someone else's name, but to get their okay first. Don't submit their name without talking to them.
Okay.
And then you have a time frame. Names come forward. But then, as a committee, we never had say in it's yes or it's no. TG kind of made those decisions. That way it would be, Dan and Jane looking at the composition of the committee and who they're losing and who's coming in. I would think once they've decided yes on it, that's good enough. That's how we all got here.
No,
That's a good suggestion.
Does that put the responsibility for the committee on them, or should the committee have a separation where that we work more autonomously than that? And again, I don't know. I don't have an answer. I'm just going to throw questions out.
I think that ought to be somewhat autonomous, simply because of the directive from to revise the committee the way it stands now.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they shouldn't have any say. I'm just saying.
Some comments here.
Agreed. No, I like the idea of either nominating yourself or nominating someone else with the permission, and I do think so are we saying it should be the committee? I don't know that it should just be the coordinating board that decides who's going to be on the committee. I think TG is a little bit different than this committee. So, because that committee is, I know we're all advisory councils, but I don't know. I just see this as more of a policy-making group. Not maybe making, but really impacting some policy. And I think TG's is a little bit different. It's impacting the services and the things that they provide. That's different than impacting statewide policy. So I think the committee should really have that say in who needs to serve, especially if you have multiple nominations and you've got to look at, how many do we have from 4-year, 2-year, private, all that good stuff. So I think it should be the committee. Right. I think those are all important things that the committee can make a decision on.
And who's taking notes on all of this?
I'm attempting to.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't know that that was one of my responsibilities as well. Sorry, we didn't find out that I was going to be doing this until early this morning, so I know excuses.
If I may ask, could you repeat some of what you said? You were talking about the, I guess one of the questions that came up maybe from what Carolyn said and what others have said is, are we, if we open up and say have room for 3 slots on the committee,
and maybe we
invite
have
people to submit names, or their own or others.
If we make a decision, and I don't remember if we made a decision about we're going to have people from different regions or from different school types. So if we know that this particular year we have an opening with the 4-year public, and we have an opening with the 2-year community college, right? So those are our 2 openings. Then when you send out a request for nominations to either nominate yourself or nominate someone else, it's from those 2 categories. Because if we set it up correctly with the rotation, we won't have everybody rotating off the same year, right? So if I start this year and I have a 3-year rotation, that 4-year, if we're going to have 2 4-year publics, then maybe next year, we have another public rolling off, and then I'll roll off before that person does. So you still have some of that continuity.
You're not
things
replacing
like that.
the same segment of school
Not
in the
every
same
single
year.
time, right.
Exactly
And
right.
so you want to kind of, if you're going to have more than one segment on the committee, you just don't want to be rotating everybody at the same time. So that way you're being very specific when you send out a request for nominations for this particular set. And then that comes back to the committee, whoever's been nominated, and then we talk about if they're required to provide a bio or whatever they're supposed to submit, then the committee votes and decides who they're going to pick. And there's
so
discussion.
you would have like a staggering, like it would be staggering rotation.
I think you have to, so
But
there's
then
continuity.
would that committee member start at a particular time of the year? Like effective September, or
Yeah, whatever.
or is it just-
I don't know what the year is now, where we're starting now.
And maybe that's the question, when do we start our year?
Right.
I don't think doing it in maybe the middle of a legislative cycle would be best. I don't know. Does it really matter?
We could go by the state fiscal year, which is typically after the end of a legislative session, so that conflict would never occur. The other thing that came up once before when we were talking about this was possibly having it effective as of the TASFA conference. But whether we need to tie it that way to TASFA or using the state fiscal year or something like that, it may.
I would say the state fiscal year, because we already have that dynamic. NASFA, SWASFA, and TASFA all have different start dates, so trying to figure. I served on the, I don't know, I can't remember, in one of those roles that I have, and it's kind of weird because I'm still going to be a SWASFA past president through the end of December, but I'm done with my NASFA board responsibilities as of July. So it's kind of how the years just start differently. So the fiscal year makes more sense because it's the coordinating board. That's when everything starts for you guys, right? September 1. So that would make the most sense. Because who knows if TASFA will change?
Well, and even with TASFA, there's no law rule excluding both people from coming. Only one is serving on the committee.
Right, as a voting member.
Exactly
I
right.
could still go to the NASFA board meetings after that. I just wouldn't be a voting member.
Exactly.
Right.
The Part B only includes sector kind of split. There's nothing in our rule now that mentions geographic or anything like that. Is there a need to add that kind of dynamic to the selection process?
I don't know that we would want it in the rules, but I think the awareness of it, and I think we're all kind of aware of that anyway, but to require it, maybe sometimes the folks that are nominated or being included, maybe with what's going on, you need, these particular type folks. I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't think we would want necessarily to require it, my opinion.
Geography may be irrelevant, but you might want to try to make sure that there's a diversity in size and maybe selectivity, because those are important issues in how you award financial aid and how you administer it. If somebody's still doing everything by hand, you want to know that.
Could we perhaps agree that we would write up some proposal or ideas and share it with the committee and let them give us feedback for the next meeting as to how, as opposed to trying to make those decisions here? The other thing, I guess we don't have an actual plan for the rotation off the committee at this time, and how you want to do that.
Can I offer up a suggestion, only because we don't meet very often, and can we maybe get something out to the committee to give feedback via email and then come back to make a decision perhaps at the next meeting instead of just continuing feedback? That's something that we've had to do at some of these boards and things like that, do a lot of things via email because you only meet a few times a year, and especially in light of the legislative session. It might be good if we can maybe all put our feedback in via email, and then Joe can come back with the final product to vote on at the next meeting, right? We do vote, right? So, or are we voting yet, or we decide, or something?
If one of y'all at the coordinating board can initiate that, then we can, as we discuss, we can reply all. And I don't know that we all have everybody who's on the list or not. It's a good idea.
It's probably good practice for us to do anyway.
That's true.
Ron, could you possibly send us, could we get a sample of what TG requests, what their application looks like? Or is it simply a free form, send us a little resume and
I'm looking at
indication
George
you're
because I don't know. You know, whenever they set up the School Lender Advisory Committee or what's the one that has the long name? The council, for short. Right. Is there anything in writing about how those people are
apply for
selected and it's kept divided out by institution type?
I think
something we could piggyback on.
I think there are some guidelines that the staff goes by when they pick people from different geographic areas. And stuff. I can get that.
I have the guidelines. I have TG's guidelines.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But they also send a request to the TASFA board for recommendations. And when they make that request, they ask us to request from school types. I don't think they say anything about the geography. But.
Another thing that has come up is when we talk about ex officio members of the committee, one day I sat down and started writing down a list of the organizations that I thought maybe would be appropriate for that, and it got fairly lengthy fairly fast. And so because of probably, Connie, a dozen Hazelwood-related groups that could conceivably be interested if the subject matter were related. So what I would like permission to do is put together that list and share it again with the committee and or with the board, with the chair, whoever wants to be involved in that, is to identify which of those groups should get our announcements about meetings, and so that they, if they want to attend, can do so. But otherwise, we could end up with more ex officio members in the group than we have members, which may or may not be a problem, but I don't know. Is that okay?
I think that's great.
Wouldn't want to actually have a lot of attendance at these meetings.
Oh, no. Okay.
Texas, we're all for open meetings up to a point.
I think it'd be interesting to see the list of folks that are involved, or the different groups.
Okay. So the idea is that sometime between now and our next meeting, we will get out to the group a suggestion, or at least a description of how this might work, and then you guys can tweak it as you wish to go forward. Okay.
Anything else on that you?
That works for me.
Okay.
When's the first time people rotate off? I don't
That has
remember.
not been decided.
Oh.
And if the year is going to start with the state fiscal year, then it could be, we have one meeting, if we meet every 3 months, we would meet in May and then in August. So August could maybe be when that would be the end of someone's term. And I'm winging this. I'm making this up as I go along. And then, or we could, before August, have everyone draw, or either volunteer to rotate off or draw randomly to see how long a term they have, and therefore whether they're committed to this thing for another 3 years or escape at an earlier time, and then replace the ones who are rotating off. Sound like a plan?
We didn't already do that?
That was done several years ago.
Oh, okay.
And everyone should be rotated off the committee by now.
Never mind.
Marcus, are we done with the previous topic, our pre-lunch topic?
I'm not sure. Once we finish this one, we'll go back and hit that again and make sure.
That answers the questions I needed answered.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on membership makeup, rotating, selecting type university, schools, institutions? Okay. Tom, back to you on the committee report, subcommittee interim report. Did we finish most of that? Is there still a little bit more?
Well, I did overhear some discussion at lunch about the default rate issue, and I believe the consensus I heard was that institutions should be limited at the number of new football scholarships they can give out based on their default rates. But I may have misconstrued something somebody said.
Sam had some interesting ideas about the calculation of a default rate.
Well, which is one of the things that I had thought when we were talking about being able to adjust rates for different factors among schools was using the EFC to set an index that the default rate would be renormalized based on EFC. And the thinking behind that was that the things that schools can control for that affect defaults are feelings of institutional tie, quality of education, those intangibles, but they can't really control, or if they do control, they should not limit enrollment based on ability to pay. And so it seems to me that if you would use the average EFC to adjust the default rate target, if there was some kind of correction, that would correct for socioeconomic factors, and then the things that the schools were responsible for, quality of education, then those things would be independent from that. So schools that had a zero EFC would have a higher acceptable cohort than schools that had a high EFC, for example. So that was just one thought. I have no data or anything else that's just occurred to me. The other thing that I thought is it would be a really good idea to be able to add the amount of forgiven loans back into the repayment denominator. For Be On Time, for any other kind of loan, society has made the decision that it is socially valuable enough to forgive someone's loan and pay for it if they attain some kind of goal that schools are supposed to encourage. And if schools actually encourage someone to attain this goal, it winds up hurting their cohort because they take the picture of the initial repayment cohort as far as the repayers with the defaulters, and then all of the loans that would be forgiven would need to be added back in, because otherwise you're going to diminish the denominator in the calculation, and that's going to make people who are especially effective at forgiving loans have an artificially high cohort. So both of those things seem like ideas that might be able to help if we would take the forgiven amounts and add them back into the repayment denominator. And I don't mean forgiven for death, disability. I'm talking about for teacher loan forgiveness, public service, meeting the Be On Time criteria, those types of things. And then that would give you a more true rate, and it wouldn't wind up punishing schools for fulfilling part of their mission, which is to incent people to attain these forgiveness. I don't know if it's appreciable. My area runs the teacher loan forgiveness, and we look at probably about $13 million a year, but we can definitely say there are some colleges that are more effective than others. Texas State and San Marcos, they definitely have a high number of teachers that have their loans forgiven, and I don't know if that impacts their rate or not, but particularly any teacher education school, I would think they would be affected. Same with public service, et cetera.
I guess state loans aren't included in the cohort default rate, are they?
But in a state calculation for loan repayment, like especially with Be On Time, that would be a very important one to look at, because if 30% of the students are getting their loans forgiven and that's being pulled out of the repayment denominator, that's going to inflate the appearance of the rate.
Wasn't that an issue with the sunset?
Sure.
The way they calculated it? I mean, what he's talking about, that was the issue with the 22%. Or partly?
Yes.
I thought there was something. Okay.
Yeah, so Tom, was your question dealing with the federal default rate or just state? Or combined, or?
Doesn't say.
Okay.
Well, I think the intention of this, I apologize for jumping in.
Okay.
This was federal cohort default rate. And it's primarily around trying to do some interventions among institutions that have high cohort default rates in order to get it in control.
That's where it came from? I was just going to ask the question, how did this all kind of come about in the discussion? So, I'm just
There was a hearing.
Yeah, there was a hearing on September 12th.
Okay.
And they had asked for a bunch of information from us on student loan default rates.
Oh, okay.
So they got,
I missed that.
among the stuff that we gave them was just a simple list of all the schools and their most recent cohort default rates.
What should or what could the state do in order to influence lower cohort default rate?
Okay, well, philosophically speaking, then I think what the state could do would be, as opposed to setting all these accountability measures out there, because that makes it problematic trying to figure out what is excessive, what are we being held accountable for. We need to, as a state then, if we have an issue with default rates, we need to come up with some default aversion plans and some resources for that, because some schools don't have the resources to do that. But if it is an issue in the state, then I think we as a state need to come up with some programs to help schools manage their default rate. And some of it's very simple stuff, just trying to look at your delinquent list and figure out the group that's most seriously at default and start making some contacts, and reducing that number by a few students has a big impact on your default rate. So if you do it at the right time, and that's just understanding all that. I know TG is doing a lot of work with that, because that's who's helping us with some of this stuff. So I just don't think we should create. I'm not against accountability. I'm all about being accountable, but I think there needs to be some other measures put in place first. As a state, make a commitment to default aversion, reducing the default rate, before we start saying, okay, if your default rate's too high, you're going to lose X. That's just a philosophical viewpoint on that.
Harry?
I want to ditto what she just said. And as a community college, with facing high default rates, and we have studied, our developmental ed students are, the ones that are the higher risk population and defaulting. Yes, that the state as a whole, we need to do something more for even that population of students, because we have, especially community colleges, have a very high population of students taking remedial courses. And we are burdening them with loans. And yet now with this new 150% max time frame regulation that we will, be faced with July 1 for new borrowers. I mean, that's going to be an additional clock that's ticking for those students that are borrowing at the developmental credits, level, and yet they're not even hitting their degree plan yet. So as a state, if we can come up with, default aversion activities, there are resources for that, and even funding for those students that are taking developmental ed courses, and maybe not have them borrow loans. I think that would help our default rates also.
And maybe the accountability piece is, and I still don't know what the definition of that is more about every school is required to have, or if you're at a certain rate, you're required to have a default aversion plan, even though that's not federally, we're not required. Something along those lines. I mean, I'm like Terry. We've started looking at, okay, who is defaulting? And so now what we're looking at is we're trying to figure out, if this is the group that's defaulting, then what do we need to do proactively while they're here to keep that from happening? If it's, we're trying to get, we have online withdrawals and they can withdraw online. I'm trying to look at, okay, what should we do to change that? Because it impacts our four-year graduation, it impacts student loan debt, it impacts all of those things. And our students that are getting sapped are also some of our high defaulters. That makes sense. Well, then what are we doing to educate them? There's all kinds of things that we can do as institutions. I just think we need to be careful that we're not just throwing out this other piece to fix a problem that may only be existing at a few schools.
And this also includes proprietary schools.
Right. And I just think we need to be careful that we're not, it's the same thing we do in financial aid. I'm not going to create a process because a few students are making this certain mistake. I'm going to try to fix those issues with those few students, but I'm not going to change the entire process for the entire population when most of the population is doing what they're supposed to. So it's that we got to be careful that we don't create policy based on a few that need to make some significant changes. So,
which goes back to the definition of what's excessive default rates and setting standards. At what level?
Sorry, Zelma, I can't.
It goes back to the definition of what's excessive default rates and setting standards. At what level? Do you start doing some aversion plans at this level, and then when you get to this point, do you stop and not administer any of the funds? So I think there needs to be some definitions there before we can even get to this other stuff.
You'll have an opportunity to comment on those definitions because there'll likely be a bill filed that will make this a requirement.
This session?
Possibly.
Okay.
With percentages and... Yes. it'll be on our update list if ever it gets filed.
So read your emails, Lisa. That's what you're saying.
Well, the other thing I was just going to say is even what I'm being faced with is even educating the college as a whole that this is not a financial aid problem. That this is an institutional problem and that everybody needs to be held accountable for this default rate, including faculty. Because they do have students, 90% of the time they are seeing the students or not, but this is what I've been doing is going to different faculty department head meetings and even in workshops is really educating the institution faculty staff that this is not my problem but institutional because we did jump significantly from one year to the other. I mean, we went from a 9.1% to 15.2 in 1 year. And that was just a 2-year cohort. The 3-year was 24%. And that's scary when you start thinking that at 30% they're going to cut you off if you have that 3 years in a row. So, and that's pretty much the tale I've been telling to faculty. And their eyes just kind of pop out like, ooh. And of course, there are implications for the whole institution. So I think as institutions, as financial aid officers, that's also our responsibility to go out there and spread the word that, it's not a financial aid problem. And we really have some control, but very little control.
Mary, is part of what you're trying to say is that if this, let's say the bill Dan's anticipating gets filed and it defines what excessive rates are and it actually defines some sanctions that might be applied to institutions that the bill decides to hold accountable for excessive rates, that perhaps those sanctions shouldn't just be limited, say, to reductions in, let's say, state student aid or something, because it's an institution-wide issue. And if you reduce the state student aid, all you do is make it, assuming the institution stays eligible to participate in the federal loan programs, all you do is make your students even more dependent on
exactly.
federal loans.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, Tom.
And that even ties into this Texas grant funding change based on the graduation rates. Okay, you penalize community colleges because they have higher default rates. You penalize them because they have lower graduation rates. All of this kind of funnels down to less resources to help those students be successful. Less Texas grant, more loans, higher default rate. It all ties in together.
We're not suggesting tying Texas grant to graduation, at least that hasn't been discussed yet.
I know it hasn't been discussed, but
we may
have
be
a paper
discussing it
here as
later
part of our
today.
We'll
handout
discuss it this afternoon.
that does talk about it. So,
But I think somewhere we need to, if we're really serious about helping these students, we do have a problem with the students that are graduating from high school that do require a lot of remediation. That is a problem in the state. So if we're really looking at what can we do, we need to do something for that group. And it is, secondary level, or, we're almost like a middle high school college, So we need financial aid or something for that group of students, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
And going back to the default, I just wanted to add, there's a number of resources that are available that are no charge. TG, an example. But it goes back to what Harold said, having the resources and the manpower to have someone designated in your office to run those delinquency reports, contact those students. Because, from my experience, you can't do that on top of doing verifications, on top of answering the telephones. And so you're in a position as a financial aid, administrator to prioritize, what's priority, that student that's sitting in front of me or on the phone because my president's saying get the lines down, or working your delinquency reports to try to reduce your default rates, even though you're advocating for more money for a position. So it all, just comes together that resources have to be made available in order to combat that.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to, again, the Lisa's point about don't apply accountability standards if you're not going to resource institutions to the point where they can have a chance of meeting those accountability standards.
Exactly.
The only other thing I think that was in the recommendations was about TG statute being amended to authorize them to participate in the direct loan program.
Can define participate in direct loan. I don't know what that
I'll
means.
defer to George on that. Yeah, I understand.
I didn't write that.
But I suspect you know something about how TG might participate.
Well, what that implies, actually, I think it really has a lot to do with what y'all were just talking about in terms of default rates, institutional default rates. But the first thing is what our statute, enabling statute, which was is 34 years old, specifically names the Guaranteed Student Loan Program as the program which we will administer through a contract with the Department of Education for the state of Texas. Guaranteed Student Loan Program is gone, and it's not coming back. So in order to, it's the interpretation of some at TG that in order to continue to offer those services, we need to have our enabling statute updated to reflect that the federal direct loan program is now the program that we should be administering for the state of Texas. So essentially, that's what the recommendation is, that our state enabling statute should be updated to reflect the changed federal student loan environment. And the first thing that we're looking at right now is possibly bidding on a contract for to do collections for the direct loan program.
Okay.
Now, we don't know when that's going to happen. We don't know when the department's going to publish the notice that they're putting their collection contracts up for rebid. The first 5-year contracts are expiring. They may have expired actually in 2012, but whenever that happens, we do intend on bidding on a contract. So the management would like our state statute to permit that, basically. We'll do it whether the statute's updated or not, but we would like our state statute to be updated to reflect the new environment within the federal student loan program.
Is there anybody on this committee that would object to updating the statute to reflect reality?
And that's connected to the discussion you all just had about the excessive default rates.
Right.
Because, at least it's my opinion, the TG could play a role in that. Not only in terms of providing the tools, but all of y'all have mentioned resources.
Right.
Dana just said, it's very difficult to have somebody in your office doing 4 or 5 different things. And this is a pretty important thing if it's going to have to do with your eligibility. It already is at the federal level. And if the state's going to adopt something that's going to affect the state programs or eligibility for the state programs, then I would imagine that could be a very, very crucial thing, especially for community colleges. So I think that. I think TG could offer even the resource, not just the resources, but even do the work. We have the resources to do the stuff, both financial as well as the tools, and I think we have a track record. We've been here, you all know us, and so I think that whatever legislation is filed that would have to do with number 6 could very easily direct TG to do this. They could simply say that, TG, you got a bill. It updates your statute. We might want to add some amendments to that bill to basically designate you as the statewide entity to provide these resources to these schools. We're going to place some default prevention, some default thresholds on them, similar to what applies at the federal level. And we're going to direct you to be the guys to come up with defined excessive, defined accountable, and also direct you to assist the schools in maintaining or managing their default rates. The same thing we've done at the FFEL at the federal level. So, we can already do that, I think. I think we just want our state statute to reflect that we are now doing this for, I think the bill, the bill, as a matter of fact, passed the legislature last session. It was vetoed by the governor, but it passed unanimously. It's essentially the same bill that we're going to be pursuing with a couple of changes to it. But it would be a vehicle that would allow us to be that entity within the state to work with the schools if there is a state default rate put in place.
Sounds great. What was the stated reason why the governor vetoed that?
It was a long time ago. It's over with. I'll talk to you later about that.
Okay.
It won't. If it reaches the governor's office this time, I don't think it'll be. Vetoed. The challenge is going to be to get it there now. It's reversed.
That it? Okay. During lunch, the break, or right thereafter, Jane or someone gave us the Hazelwood exemption numbers. The $110,800,000 represents 31,000 students. So that's pretty amazing. That's 1 year. That's amazing numbers.
Well, we're going to fund it with set aside, so it's all right.
What are legacy awards?
Legacy, Connie, you want to answer that? Legacy awards are awards that allow the veteran to choose not to use his or her hours, but instead assign them to a child.
Okay.
A veteran, not a.
Similar provision in federal.
Right. Like a
And that's what's driven the exemptions up. FYI. Over the last couple of years, it's gone up significantly.
I received a comment during lunch regarding Be On Time, and I just wanted to share that, kind of with him. The thought was to set Be On Time up kind of like Cal is, where it's student initiated through the coordinating board. And then once that trigger is set, then the school is notified. But just kind of as a thought of doing it a little bit differently, maybe easing some of the flow a bit. Did you hear that?
I'm sorry, I did not.
To set Be On Time up kind of like Cal, where it is student initiated with the coordinating board, and then the school follows back up with that notification. But
the money goes to wherever they want to go to school. I'm just.
Yes. So, but I'll share that email with you, but just something kind of to ponder.
Okay, excuse me. The thing that Dan was raising is perhaps something I ought to make clear, is that Hazelwood has a provision for dependents, and it has one for legacy. The dependents, and Connie, correct me if I say this incorrectly, the dependents version is for the children of deceased or disabled veterans. And in that case, each one of the children gets the 150 hours of free tuition and reduced fees. The legacy program, the veteran is personally choosing to use or not use his or her hours. Or if the veteran is deceased, the spouse or surviving guardian for the children can assign that veteran's hours to one of the children. And so in that case, it's one string of 150 hours, not per child.
But the distinction between a veteran as opposed to a Hazelwood, is there any distinction between those two?
The veteran who uses legacy has to have qualified for Hazelwood. So they're directly tied. They have to meet the point of entry requirements and the honorable discharge and all of that that's required of Hazelwood. The only thing that's different is that the vet is choosing not to use his hours and instead is giving them to a child.
So I can be a fully, I don't know what the right word is, not a disabled veteran?
Correct.
I'm just a veteran.
Right, and I'm just choosing not to use my hours.
And I can get a Hazelwood exemption if I'm just a veteran?
No, you have to have been a Texas resident at the time of entry. You have to meet all of the Hazelwood requirements.
But I don't have to be disabled. I don't have to have any other issues.
No. Hazelwood was originally designed to help the veteran, And it's just over time that they've added options for the children if that veteran is deceased or disabled and the spouse under those circumstances. This is just another alternative of hours that we're going to the person who qualifies for Hazelwood. And that's where they choose not to use it themselves, or maybe they've used some of them, and they've decided to give the balance of their hours to a child. So the veteran basically drops out of Hazelwood, and the child takes his or her place on that one string of 150 hours. Okay.
You look confused.
And this is new.
Why, I guess,
Hazelwood, Legacy started in 2010.
but if I'm a dependent and it's unlimited dependents,
A dependent has the full 150 per person.
why is there a legacy then? Why is a legacy different than a dependent?
The only way a dependent can receive the benefit is if the parent, the veteran, is deceased or disabled. If under legacy, the veteran is healthy and is just simply choosing not to use the hours. And so that's the only way the child could get it if the veteran is not deceased or disabled, is through legacy.
Okay. Crystal.
Kind of like post 9/11 GI Bill. The veteran can give it to their child. That was just something.
Okay, next up, discussion of financial aid training and information dissemination activities in Texas. Lynn Kenyon, Sam Wilson.
You should have in your handouts something that says up at the top about the Financial Aid Advisory Committee meeting, and then the discussion of financial aid training and information dissemination in the state of Texas. Looks like this. And what I was asked to do is to just get a conversation started about the training and information dissemination that we currently do in Texas, and to see if the committee has any ideas or suggestions about any additional things that we need to be doing. So what I've included on this handout first is the applicable statute that speaks to the training and information dissemination in Texas, and the committee's responsibility to be involved in this process. And then on the second page, what we've asked, or what we're going to discuss, are the current activities that we do. And we've asked Sam Wilson, who leads the Texas Financial Aid Information Center at TG, to come tell us what his group actually does for information dissemination, and not really training, but mainly just information dissemination. And then I'll just let you know what our activities are here at the coordinating board as far as meeting these requirements. So I'm going to let Sam start off with what they do at the Financial Aid Information Center.
Okay, and I'll also have some entertainment at the end of the segment, I hope. First, I wanted to talk just a little bit about what the Contact Center is. The statutorily created Center for Financial Aid Information is a partnership between the Coordinating Board, TG, and the Texas higher education community that's designed to provide information about financial aid and the availability of financial aid to the students and families of Texas. TG provides the Contact Center component, which is email and telephone, and so we have a telephone contact center, and the coordinating board provides the College for All Texas website, and we coordinate. The primary message of the contact center is money is never the reason not to pursue higher ed. It's not money. Whatever it's about, money is not the reason. And so that's ultimately where we're trying to get. Some of the advantages of the center is, first, it's always free. The number's toll free, the service is free, it's free to the state, it's free to the callers and users. We also, in all of our talk-offs, when anyone calls, we advise students never pay for financial aid information or advice. That always there are free resources, and we've got lots and lots of free resources that we push people to. If they're looking for scholarships, we'll go through FastWeb, we'll go through the state scholarship database, etc. Another advantage is you always get a live person. Actually, ironically, the exception to that is right now. And the reason for that is we are in the middle of our annual access and affordability telethons, and except for the one period of Financial Aid Awareness Month when we actually have so many calls that we really can't handle them and we put a message up, All the rest of the time of the year, it goes to a live person. Doesn't require any prompts. Not for English, press 1. For Spanish, press 2. You just call, and then you get a person, and we'll be able to connect the call to the right person. The thing, one of the things about it, I think it's an underutilized resource, but I think it's highly valuable primarily because it is personal. It's not, I'm going out to a website to look and see what circumstances might apply to my specific case instance, but rather it's, let me tell you my story and what can you do specifically to help me. And that's one of the things that you can only get with a live person that you're not able to get with a website or other kind of information. It really does take that into account. The service is bilingual. We have a dedicated liaison who interacts with the coordinating board. They're also the trainer. We have bilingual representatives, and we promote the center in both English and in Spanish. And we'll show you a promotion for in a moment. The hours of service are standard business hours. We're available Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and Monday through Friday till 5 p.m. We'll generally close out the queue about 10 minutes early just to be able to get the calls that are already in there out. So if it helps, think 5:50 and 4:50 instead of 6 o'clock and 5 o'clock. There is no personally identifying information required in order to receive service. One of the things that we've noticed recently is people are they more jealously guard their identity. It used to be people would just spew their social security number as soon as you said hello. Now it's people are much more circumspect about being able to share that information. And in the case of the Financial Aid Information Center, they don't have to tell us anything about who they are. We don't need any account information. All the information is general. We do provide, one of the things about the agents I wanted to mention is they're very experienced. The person who picks up the phone on the other end, the average experience in financial aid of that group is 15.2 years. So they've had 15.2 years. There's 2 ex-aid directors, both from prop schools, who are on the staff, and then we have some people someone who used to work at coordinating board, people who've been in TG's customer assistance area for a long time, but on average over 15 years of experience. I also do not measure talk time. No one is measured on how quick can I get them in and get them out. The only thing that we measure is customer satisfaction. Now, because we do not request or receive identifying information for Financial Aid Information Center callers, I'm just going to have to generalize from that the same group that provides that function also acts as the frontline customer assistance department for TG. And in that instance, we do know who we're speaking with, and so we do a survey every 2 weeks. And of that survey, it's measured on a 1 to 5 scale, and that team has a 4.86 out of 5 customer satisfaction. Now, granted, there's some selection bias in the returns because people who either have a great experience or an awful experience respond to surveys. People who have a experience, for the most part, don't bother. So, granted, there is some selection bias, but that's an extremely high score. It is one of our historical highs. We provide general eligibility and process information with regard to how to apply and that kind of thing to students who call, but we never actually represent what a student can expect to really get. We don't know what schools participate in what programs, what the funding levels are. So when the conversation gets very specific with regard to what can I as a student expect to get from my school, if it's a coordinating board program that the coordinating board is the center, we'll refer them to coordinating board. If it's not, we'll refer them to the financial aid office of their school. But we let them know about all of the programs that are available, anything that they could theoretically be aware of. So, and one of the things that we do mention is we do mention Be On Time, because that's such a great program. I mean, zero interest. Even if you don't qualify, zero interest. And if they say, does my school participate? We'll tell them, well, you need to go ahead and ask your school. We know who does. But we still want them to go ahead and ask their school, because schools that don't should. So I think that would be a good thing. And when we very first got all of our training, we were trained by TASFA, the coordinating board, several local colleges. Torres came out, Lynn came out. provided training for us. Admissions, we actually went through and did a whole lot of admission applications and decided who should and shouldn't be admitted at a college, and then went back and had the college tell us who they did and did not admit and the reasons why, to help us understand how we could advise students to better write their essays and things like that. We met with the IRS, talked about all of the tax benefits of higher education and et cetera. Generally, we don't get a whole lot of questions about that. The things that we are getting questions about right now are Texas Grant, Teach for Texas, because we're also the state administrator of the Federal Teacher Loan Forgiveness Program. Sadly, it's not funded, so it's a sad story, but ordinarily we would say, yes, absolutely. If you don't qualify, even if you do qualify for the federal, go ahead and stack and get the Teach for Texas. Since it's just renewal now, that's harder, but if funding is available, we'll start that again. Be on Time, we get questions about. Hazelwood military benefits, we get questions about that, and Top 10 scholarship. So those, I'd say, are the biggest things that we get questions about.
Sam, do you get any questions on early high school scholarship?
A few, and we met with Dr. Glenda Barron, and we put together a whole tech prep process a few years ago. We haven't had anything current about that, but we do let them know what the information is, and we'll refer them to their high school counselors. But yes, we have received a few. I mean, if we get out of our depth, we won't make stuff up. We'll actually go to the experts and we'll get them to explain what it is that we need to know. So if that's not one of the things we get many questions about. So one of the things, just to editorialize a little bit, the people who actually are calling and asking for help are very frequently people who would be just fine on their own. The parents of students who are extremely involved in ensuring that their students are able to get every benefit. So we do get a lot of calls from people who, it isn't really a question of removing barriers to access. It's just a question of, I've pursued these other resources and I want to ensure that I've saturated every possible benefit that I may be available for. And I would say that that probably makes up easily half of the calls that we would get are middle class. So we also support the Apply Texas, the common application for admissions. Anyone who's having issues with the site, we support the FAFSA completion, and we actually will talk students through the FAFSA line by line, step by step if we need to. Same thing for the TASFA, and we actually get quite a few. Our phone number is on the TASFA application itself, and so we do provide technical support for the TASFA completion. General admissions, standardized tests, pretty much we always recommend the essay, so if we need to quit doing that, let us know. And college savings plans and educational tax credits, like again, that's something that we were trained on, but there's really not much demand out there for that. We're not getting many questions on that. One of the things that we do every year is we have the access and affordability telethons. We partner with the coordinating board and the higher education community in February, which is Financial Aid Awareness Month. This year we have 7 events. They're in both English and Spanish. If anyone's interested, I have the schedule. But generally what that is in the 5, 6, and 10 o'clock news, they'll do a live feed. We have a studio set up where we've got banks of phones and posters in the background and people who will be calling, and we give information. Just really, it's mostly at this point about completing the FAFSA. Complete the FAFSA. That's the biggest part of the message right now. We have an agent escalation queue, so volunteers who are getting the calls, if someone has a real specific question, they can go ahead and escalate them up to someone who's more of a call center professional. But for the most part, it's just, let me take down your information and fill out the FAFSA. That's the majority of that. We're also supporting the Austin Chamber of Commerce Financial Aid Saturdays, which are actual FAFSA completion clinics. I brought a bunch of flyers if anyone's interested. They're 2-sided. They're in English and in Spanish. And if you want to put them up, they're at local high schools all through the Central Texas area. And what we do is if someone calls and says, I'm interested, we tell them where the closest location is, what kind of materials they'll need to bring, make sure you fill out your tax form. If you're not sure, estimate, get something in there. It's better than, because we can't use prior, and we'll go through that process with them. And also I wanted to show you the poster so that you'd be able to see these are on buses and billboards and in high schools, and this is for the And as you can see, there are many, well, no, that's not there on the flyer. There's probably about 25 events this year, all at local high schools on Saturdays where we're partnering with the chamber. We shot for a palindrome to try to make it easy. That 1888 and that 1888 right there, we couldn't get the other three, but we thought that'd be easy to remember if we had they called it the repeater number. We recently created a new email address for the center. One of the things that TG had done is we started a social media pilot that included a chat component. And at the end of the live chat, we did a survey, and we discovered that 1 in 11, or 9% of students said, if chat were not available, I would not contact you. If I did not have a way to do it either through a mobile device or do it impersonally, I will not pick up the phone, period, the end. So given that awareness and looking at the ability to communicate, we went ahead and created a new email function for the center. And the address is techfinaidinfo@tgslc.org. And we're in the process of getting that put up on all the collateral. We still have existing printed collateral, so we're going to wait till that's gone first before we reprint. We're not going to throw anything away, but expect to see it show up, and I highly recommend that you distribute it if you can. Currently, right now, we are doing 2 Spanish language PSAs, which I'm going to ask Lynn to show the Spanish, and then for the benefit of everyone like me who won't understand it, we'll follow it up with the English that says the same thing. But they're running in the Univision stations, primarily in Houston and in Central Texas in Austin. So can we give that a shot? All right. And this is...
Ma, yo sé que tengo las calificaciones para ir a la universidad.
Oh, pero no tenemos dinero. Espera. Dice aquí que hay un servicio gratis que da información acerca de ayuda económica para estudiantes.
Texas Financial Aid Information Center.
Queremos que nuestro hijo vaya a la universidad.
¿Yo le puedo ayudar?
Miguel, mandarte a la universidad fue la mejor decisión que pudimos haber tomado. Estamos muy orgullosos de ti.
Esta llamada puede cambiar el futuro de su familia.
Okay, and it just trails. It'll pop back, and then you can just go back to the...
Ma, yo sé que tengo las calificaciones para ir a la universidad.
Oh, pero no tenemos dinero. Espera. Dice aquí que hay un servicio gratis que da información acerca de ayuda económica para estudiantes.
Texas Financial Aid Information Center.
Queremos que nuestro hijo vaya...
Yeah, we did. I'll just close it. Yeah, let's just close out that video and see if the other one will.
There you go.
And then
Mom, I know I've got the grades to go to college.
I know you do, son.
Is there some way we can make it work?
Wait a minute.
What's that?
It says here there's a free service that provides information about financial aid for college.
Texas Financial Aid Information Center.
Yes, we'd like our son to go to college.
I can help you with that. For more information on college admissions and applying for student financial aid, you may call the Texas Financial Aid Information Center at 888-311-8881.
Miguel, sending you to college was the best decision we made. We're all very proud of you.
This phone call could help change your family's future.
Okay. So those are currently running during Financial Aid Awareness Month in Austin and Houston. And one of the other things that I wanted to show you real quickly is I wanted to show you one of the new resources that we're using right now in So here's a link to Financial Aid Information Center. With regard to our Be On Time, because we were talking about Be On Time support, we have a new calculator. Let me see if I'm right, for GPA, because a lot of times people have questions about whether or not they will be eligible for renewal or whether or not they'll be eligible for forgiveness. And so this is something that's available publicly, but we use it also as an internal resource. And the first thing it asks is how many years are required to graduate, and then how many total credit hours are required. So I'll just make something up here. Say 120, and then how many semesters? We'll say I've completed 5. I've earned 75 hours so far, and my current GPA is 2.8. And then when I end it, I didn't get that 2. I'm used to the pad. And then when you calculate, it'll tell you what it is that you have to get to be able to, first, to be able to renew. And so it'll say you have to achieve a minimum GPA of 2 for the remaining 45 credit hours to renew. And then in addition to that, it will also tell you what kind of GPA you have to maintain in order to be able to get forgiveness. So we'll start over, and I'll show you an example of someone who, at this point, for them, it's too late. So you can see what it is that it says. We'll go 6 semesters. Yeah, they'll get a, and we'll say they've completed 90, and their current GPA is a 1.8. Oh, it didn't go. Let me go back. So, yeah, and so on this one, then he'll say, unfortunately, it's not qualify. And so let me pick one that's a little bit less extreme here. One where they'll qualify but not get the forgiveness. And so we'll go for total. I'm used to having the keypad, so. Go. Oh. My button. We'll say 2 point. Let's see if that does it. Maybe that'll do it. There, okay. So in this one, it shows you what you have to be able to make in order to maintain eligibility. You'll need to have a 3.1 and 75, but unfortunately, it's not possible for you to be able to achieve forgiveness. So we can use this as a real quick tool when students are calling us, and we can also point them to it directly. So I just wanted to make you aware that that was out there. Do you want to keep anything open? No. Okay.
Is it possible to borrow some of those calculators that you have there? I mean, and Lisa's the one who said it. No,
Adventures in Education.
No, so that we could use it for our offices for calculating SAP. You know, put that out for the student. They kind of put in where they are.
I don't see any reason why you couldn't use it for any purpose. It is a publicly available resource on TG's website.
And we can rebrand it and everything.
Time. Well, no.
Marcus can
Come on, Sam.
But I agree, it does have much broader applicability than just Be On Time. And in fact, when I looked around, it's the only GPA gap calculator that I found anywhere. I have seen quite a few GPA calculators, but not one that says, here's where I am, here's where I want to be, what do I need to do in order to be able to make up the space in between that? So that is one of the things. The final point that I wanted to make is in the statute, it speaks quite a bit to teacher promotion. That's one of the things that the Financial Aid Information Center does. And I wanted to let y'all know that we are deeply involved in teacher promotion because of our role at TG. We are actually considered, I guess, the national experts on teacher loan forgiveness. We were involved in negotiating the rule during the 1998 reauthorization at the negotiated rulemaking session and discharged the first loan in the nation. And so we do have kind of an inside track on some of that. And everything that we're doing with regard to the teacher loan forgiveness program, Teach for Texas, public service, et et cetera. We're involved with the TEA and SBEC, and we work very hard to help promote teacher education. So, does anyone have any questions?
I have a question on your last comment. Are you all tracking or have any knowledge on Teach Grant and how many, kind of nationally?
No, Teach Grant is federal, and we don't get that kind of a loop back. Anything that we would get, we'd get from NCES, something like that. We don't have we are looking at the individual applications and working with the teachers on the ground and trying to help them qualify and explaining about Title I, schools and chief administrative officials. But we really, we're not involved in, since it's a direct federal program. I mean, we'll advise people about it if they have questions about it, but we don't have any insight into statistics.
I just didn't know if you had any statistics about how many of them actually.
Do you have any hit rates on your Be On Time site?
It's actually new. We just rolled it out, and at this point, I don't know that people are publicly aware of it. We're using it in the call center to be able to counsel people, and we would give them the site if anyone had questions about it. But I do believe it's only been available for maybe a month.
And Dan, the promotion of that is something that we have planned for the second half of this year, I think. Okay. Our communications area has a plan for promoting Be On Time articles and things like that. And I think for the second half of this year, that's one of the things they're going to be developing a promotional campaign around.
I guess just in general, since we got through those fairly quickly and we'll look at them, GPAs for students is the one thing that they tend to be most, they don't count the class that they didn't do very well in, so they only think about the GPA where they did well. So I guess is there sufficient disclaimers on there that you need to check with your financial aid office? Or
absolutely. It's just a guide. It does not. It says all over it. This is absolute, irrespective of the number this cranks out. That's no assurance your loan will be forgiven or that you'll meet the criteria.
Somebody bringing one of those pages into the office and saying, "Here, my website says I should be forgiven."
Sam said.
What like all calculators, what comes out of it is exactly as good as what goes into it. So if the students are forthright and accurate in the information that they put in, it's pretty reliable. But if not, then of course not.
I have a question. I needed to know if maybe you've been able to determine if there's been a lot of participation from the Rio Grande Valley, South Texas, and if some of those activities are in those areas?
Yes, there has been. It's been primarily through Gear Up and G-Force. They've not really been connected to our central group, but we have. When we started the GO campaign, I spent quite a bit of time in the Valley doing Train the Trainer events with people who are down, and I actually believe we've probably met before. I probably had brown hair back then, but otherwise, yeah.
It was a little bit longer.
Yeah, it was a little bit longer. Yeah, it was a little bit longer. It's a little bit, but yes, we do. But we haven't had any kind of out in the field activities in a while. Primarily now, it's just the call center and the email and web tools.
The volume of phone calls to the center.
If you look at we have received a little over 452,000 calls since the inception of the center. If you look at it month to month, it's actually only really busy during the time that we are doing the telethon promotions. The standard month is anywhere between, I would say, around 450 to 600 calls is a standard month that we would get, but during telethon months, it's much, much higher. So but like I said, I think it's underutilized. Considering the amount of demand out there and unmet need and how much information is out there and the fact that I just don't feel like it's been promoted or made available enough for most people to know about it.
We can transfer your ARP calls.
How many have you ever referred a student to the center? Okay, well, there you go.
That's why I'm saying we can start transferring our calls.
Oh, you bet.
Is there an app for
But
that?
remember, it's general. We're not going to know what their payment amount is, and we're not going to know what they should expect. We're only going to be able to tell them about eligibility criteria and general information about the availability of aid. But we always tell everyone, try. We always work on the pyramid, work for free first, if you're able to get free, then before you go to self-help and et cetera, loans always would be the last thing that we would recommend. So,
Do you have recommendations on how we can promote this?
Well, I think it would be better if the number were more conspicuous in the College for All Texans website, for one. It exists in one spot on the splash page under For More Information. I think there are a lot of places that it would be better, other than making a one big push once a year, because what we see is February and March volumes, we'll get 35,000 calls in February and 20,000 in March and 1,500 in April. And that's kind of the pattern. And so it's just not sustained. When we actually go out there and do it, it's pretty sustained. I don't know if y'all remember the Go campaign did a commercial, probably when it very first started, with the boy who was with his coach in the gym. And I don't know if you remember those. Those helped a little bit, but they always showed them at 3 o'clock in the morning. And they'd do the whole commercial, and then they'd have the number about this big run across the bottom of the screen for a microsecond, and they do a really good job getting the message out, but then it made it really hard for people to actually get the number. So putting the number in more static places, I think, would be great. Interestingly, one of the things that's had a disproportionate effect on volume was the MERV down in South Texas. They put a poster up on the outside of a bus that they drove around, and we got all kinds of calls saying, "I saw your number on the side of a bus." I have no idea, but that was fairly effective for, and I don't know, maybe it got around a lot, but we did get quite a few calls for people saying, "I saw your number on the side of a bus."
So do you have texting capability?
We have a chat capability. We do not have texting. So we would not be able at this point to support a mobile device texting.
Are there any plans?
We are in the middle of
if your bill gets passed?
Social media initiative right now, and any benefit that TG gets as TG, the Financial Aid Information Center will get as a collateral benefit.
Did the information go out to like all the counselors and all the administrators? Like when the FAST initiative came into place with the Apply Texas, it went to every counselor in the state, especially the high school counselors or middle school counselors, and I just didn't know if that had happened.
I don't know how to answer that question. We are the reactive component of the Financial Aid Information Center. We're the contact component. We're not the promotional part. And so if the coordinating board did that, I really can't answer that question. So,
I'm sorry. I was just thinking, schools are doing all this outreach. I don't see why we couldn't figure out a way for all of us to promote that in our outreach presentations. And right now we're out there a lot and going out with admissions and different things like that. And admissions offices may be interested in promoting that. So there's some ways for us to get that number and everything out there. We'll create more.
I have 100 of those little magnetic notepads and bookmarks with me, and anyone who'd like to take some with them, I'm more than happy to give them to you.
These would be good to send to all the high school
and that's what they're for. We send all those do go to high schools. We send them out. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the TG does have a high school counselor network that through AIE, our student and institutional success department, and they put a lot of this collateral in high schools.
You might be able to also get your number broadcast among the counselors by asking the Texas Counselors Association to share that information?
Actually, we have a counselor forum that we have used, but for whatever reason, the Texas counselors, I don't know if it's because it says TG, but it hasn't really resonated. They haven't picked up that opportunity. It has been extended, however. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. I know at the Hispanic in Houston they did.
Well, this was the Texas High School Counselor Association.
Oh, okay.
Sam, again, I understand that you're very limited in the amount of information you collect from students. Pretty much don't collect it, but surely this plays into the state's Closing the Gaps initiative. How much does the state of Texas pay you to do this?
Nothing.
How is TG funding this?
Out of our operating fund.
So it's safe to say that this is much like the way TG donates money to the Texas grant program. This is another way TG is donating its resources to the state to help fulfill its higher education objectives.
Yes, I would say that's safe to say. Mm-hmm. Any other questions?
Cool stuff.
Okay, spread the word. Spread the word. Too much traffic is a problem I'd love to have.
I've received some emails asking if I can have some of the bookmarks to take home with me.
I believe Lisa has a question.
No, I did not say that. I have no information about Teach Grant, but no, Teach for Texas, as far as it only has renewal funding, but as far as the federal loan forgiveness, it's entitlement funded, and so it's not going to run out of money. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anything else for Sam? Okay. I just very quickly want to go through, and I've provided for you a listing of some of the different activities that we do as far as our support services area to train and to disseminate information about the financial aid programs. And I'll just quickly go through these, and then if you have any questions or any ideas of what else we can be doing, that would be great. We do conduct workshops. We have annual state financial aid workshops annually each year, one for the public sector and then one for the independent institution sector. We also are very involved in the Texas regional training workshops. It's an effort that we partner with TG and with TASFA to give workshops around the state. I believe we have 7 this year, at least 7. This year around the state, and it's not just, of course, state information. We're partnering with those two organizations to provide federal information, state information, and then the NASFA decentralized training information around the state. So we do that. We do go to various conferences and workshops and provide just presentations, maybe breakout presentations, not a whole workshop, but breakout presentations. We do that at the TASFA annual conference, and this is when we're invited. TASFA ABC's pre-conference workshop, the TASFA New Aid Officers workshop. The TASFA high school counselor workshops, we do go out when invited, and if we have the funding to be able to do that, and I just visited with the TASFA board the first part of this week to let them know that we are available to assist with those high school counselor workshops if one of the site coordinators wants us to be there, and if we have someone available to go and have the funding to go, we'd be more than happy to go to present any state financial aid information at those workshops. We have been invited to go to TG annual conference to present state updates. We also, and I didn't list all of these separately, but all the T's, the different organizations that especially we're invited to present Hazelwood or residency information, and I've listed those organizations there under or in that area. We also, when invited, go to various committees to give updates about the state financial aid programs and other information that's going on at the coordinating board. Examples like the TASFA board that we went to first part of this week, the ESSEC committee, the Community College Advisory Committee with TG. They also have a forum, which is a workshop that they do annually, and we go and present state financial aid information there. As far as information dissemination, obviously our College for All Texans website is a big part of our information dissemination, available to not only financial aid professionals but also students and parents, and you have the address there. The main website, there's information about the loan programs and other various information that someone may need. We then have our student services listserv or distribution that we use quite often, and you've been probably getting a lot of messages from me lately about upcoming deadlines for using your funding, and that's how we also disseminate our Q&As every month, and maybe our program guidelines to let you know what changes there are to the programs on an annual basis. We also have our GSP, Grants and Special Programs Information website, and you have the address there where we do try to keep that updated. We have someone in our office whose responsibility it is to keep that updated, and she makes sure, like for instance, today's meeting, she had the handouts for today's meeting available out there. That's where we post all the program guidelines. That's where we post our allocation information. We have the Q&As out there in case you wanted to go back and refer to a prior edition of the Q&As. There's a cross-reference on the Q&As, so if you wanted to see if the question that you have has already been answered, you can go and cross-reference it and then look at that particular edition of the Q&As. We also have webinars, program webinars available out there for financial aid staff, mainly targeting your new staff. If you want to give your new Texas Grant, maybe coordinator, the basic information about Texas Grant. There are webinars out there, very short webinars that they can go out and get the basic information, and then also information about who to contact in our office if they have additional question. So those are basically a quick rundown of our current activities. Can Jane or Connie, can you think of any additional ones that I didn't list on here? And I guess I'm putting it out there to you now to give us feedback. If you know of anything in addition to what we're already doing that we could be doing. What? That's the first one, the annual state financial aid workshops.
One of the things that we have talked about some in-house and are trying to decide how best to approach it is that the materials that we have on the Grants and Special Programs website are all directed towards financial aid officers. And what we realize is that a set of guidelines for students might make sense, or a set of guidelines for high school counselors, things that are using different language, not the financial aid world language, but more common language that the students and counselors might appreciate, that it might be a worthwhile extension of our website to take some of the materials we have and convert them into the materials that are targeted to those kinds of populations. Does that sound like a thing we should pursue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I agree with that. I know all of the things that I always do, all the PowerPoints, I do it on a really simplistic level. I know when I have middle school students and parents who have, it's foreign to them and it's new. So trying as simple as you can, because we live in another world and they don't live in that same world, nor counselors, even a senior counselor. They've never been a financial aid officer, and it's something they want someone actually else to do because it looks even intimidating to the counselor, forget the student and the parent. So the simpler, that's really a good idea.
Every profession has its own language, and ours is as peculiar as any. Do you ever catch yourself, you're talking to someone and you just kind of stop and giggle how many acronyms you use in one sentence, and no one would have a clue what you're talking about.
Well, even if you do like dependency override, or you're going to do it, you're like, what did you say?
Yeah. Okay, well, we will, if any of you have any additional thoughts about things we should include on a student or a high school counselor website, we'd be interested in hearing from you.
There's also one other thing. Kayla Klein, our student representative who was unable to come here today, I believe you were sent some information that she wanted the committee to have. One of the things that she sent out was a suggestion, or I don't know how far this has gone or where it's gone, but to not only have our College for All Texans information, but to also have scholarships for all Texans. Do y'all have that available to you? And it looks like to me, when I was briefly looking at it, maybe a scholarship search for just Texas institutions, and I just didn't know what your thoughts were about that and how we would go about doing that.
In our section on types of financial aid on scholarships, there are some resources that I think are scholarship search tools.
Right.
But they're kind of buried as far as finding them. You have to go through to find the type of financial aid and then go to that.
I think this was to create a scholarship search, from what I was reading, to create a scholarship search just for Texas scholarships available for a student going to a Texas institution is the way I was reading it. Did anybody else have a chance to read it?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Is that what you got as well, Lisa?
I thought that might be a rather large task to do.
A very large task, and then is it, since there are already so many very good free scholarship searches out there that aren't just Texas, but I didn't know.
I would think
about
you
the
might want to have
feasibility of that.
some links or something like that, because I mean, we've moved, we're getting away from doing obviously the written publications. We used to have a scholarship book, and now it's all online, and that's what we update. So I can't imagine having one big, because we have hundreds of scholarships on our campus, because some of them are real small, some of them are bigger. So I don't know if you want to just highlight certain ones or what would work best.
I have the task in my district to put together all of the high school scholarship listing and compiled one, because that's that's foremost in a lot of parents and students' mind. Well, what's out there? What can I apply other than financial aid also? And it's a mammoth task, and that's just putting together the 8 high schools that
Yeah, and then keeping it current. That's the other thing that is so scary, is that it's accurate this month and may be out of date next week. So, yeah. Would it be feasible to invite institutions to send us their scholarship links, and that we could include just a list of those, so that as those change at the college, we wouldn't have to worry about it, but the link would be taking them there? Would that maybe be an alternative that we could approach?
I like that idea.
Is there a proprietary sense of those kinds of lists at an institution that could violate?
It's not really a list.
It's not really a list. It's more of, it's all on our webpage. So
mainly referring the student to the institution's webpage.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So you already have that, right, somewhere? No.
The web page
Do you
is listed, I'm sure
guys
they
have
are.
links to the university websites and stuff already?
Yeah, they
somewhere?
have those.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
It's not, is it in the College for All Texans section? It's probably dealing over with the
Honest,
accountability
I
as opposed
plead
to.
ignorance.
It's on the main
Okay.
institution types and publics,
Okay.
community colleges, but it doesn't link directly to financial aid.
That's what you need. That's what we probably need, is a link to the I mean, we have a financial aid page, and then you click on scholarships, and that goes to another page, obviously. So, and every school.
Now, I do have the financial aid web landing pages in the net price calculator, but
And how many schools are there in the state?
We work with about 150.
So there's going to be that many links or more.
Uh-huh.
and
if
they
it's fine-
change.
Yeah.
Trust me, they change.
Mhm.
The links change. Yeah.
Yes, they
Yeah.
do.
That's because they keep making us.
Yes, they do.
Okay, and is this Generation Texas, is that a new website that the coordinating board has? I just have a question. Because I didn't know anything about it. So, and I just got an email actually yesterday from our marketing department saying, oh, this is a good website to link to. And I thought, oh, I didn't even know it was out there. So,
Yeah, maybe for the next meeting, we can have a presentation on it?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's not run in our area. It's run, I think, through P16.
Oh.
But we could see if we could have someone present on that next meeting.
Okay, because that was going to be my point. It's like, if there's stuff out there that we don't know about, it would be good to know, or have a way of informing the financial aid community. Because, like I said, I just got that email last night, and I kind of felt like, ooh, I guess I should have known about this, but now I know why I didn't.
Any more questions, comments for Sam and Lynn? Well done. A lot of great information. great amount of outreach as well. Let's take a quick break. Back here at 2:30, please. The next topic of discussion.
Order. I want to just compliment you on what a great job you're doing today.
Thank you.
Joe Pettibon, if you're listening in today, careful.
We hope you're here next time, Joe. So this next one I don't think will take very much time. It's pretty straightforward. I don't know that the sarcasm came through, but it truly was there. Discussion of ways to adjust the Texas grant allocation process. No discussion. Okay, moving on. Okay, Jane.
Comment.
Okay.
Do what?
Bad idea.
This is Jane's.
Okay. We sent in our last meeting and over the last couple of meetings there have been discussions about ways that or comments that maybe the allocation approach should be changed. And so the decision was to add an agenda item to address some of those suggestions of changes. And I sent an email out to all the members of the committee saying, if you have suggestions about how you want us to look at or of alternative ways, send them in and we'll try to prepare them for the next meeting. And we got to the deadline and I hadn't heard from anyone and I thought, phew, dodged that bullet. And then Tom submitted a suggestion, and that really, we do have only one suggestion to discuss, but it's an interesting one, and we've run the calculations, and I'll walk you through them. You have in your handout a fairly thick set of materials. The top says alternate approach to Texas grant allocations. Most of my comments will be from these top 2 pages. The other pages are simply when you have time, if you want to look at individual schools and see what was going on, that you will have the information. The proposal was that we take a share of the Texas grant money and pull it out of general circulation and identify the institutions who were above the state average in terms of graduation rates and allocate that money that was pulled out to those institutions that were doing a better job in graduating students. Now, there were 2 ways to measure the graduation rate. One was that your graduation rate in fiscal year 12, which was the most recent year for which we had data, was above the state average, and the other one was we pulled data for the last 4 years for universities, the last 3 years for community colleges. For universities, we were looking at 4-year graduation rates, and for community colleges, we looked at 3-year associate degree rates. And we wanted to see if those rates for a given institution was above the statewide average, either for FY12, or if the extent to which that was changing over time for the universities over the 4 years that we had data, for the community colleges and technical colleges over the 3 years for which we had data. In the following pages after this top page, you can see by institution what the graduation rates were. Again, I'm not going to take your time to look at them, but bottom line is that for the 4-year institutions, we had about 4 institutions that don't have freshman classes. Those are U of H Victoria, Texarkana, A&M Texarkana. They may now beginning to have a freshman class, but they were not included in these calculations. And how those kinds of institutions would be treated in this situation, I didn't attempt to guess. We simply left them out of getting the additional money. Of the other 30 universities, 16 of them had met at least one of the 2 criteria. Either in fiscal year 12 had a graduation rate above the state average, or their rate of increase over the last 4 years was over the statewide rate of increase. So you could have a school that really wasn't way on up there to begin with, but has been making progress, and they would be benefiting by being in the group that would receive some of these additional monies. we were doing the same thing for the associate degree recipients, only we're dealing with 3 years of data, again looking at who did well in fiscal year 12 and who has shown some good progress over the couple of years that we had the data. For the 2-year institutions, we had 60 institutions or districts. Now, we have several districts in the state of Texas that report to us as districts. And so Collin County is one, San Jacinto Community College, Tarrant, and Dallas. Those are the ones I can think of. Lone Star also report to us as at least for financial aid purposes, they report to us as single units. The Alamo Community College District reports to us as individual campuses. So in the work I did, I treated them the way they report to us. So the Alamo colleges were listed separately, and the districts were the unit that we looked at. For the Austin Community College had a single unit. Of the 60 institutions or districts, 37 of them exceeded one or more of the criteria and therefore would qualify for some of the money that was set aside to begin with. Now, the 10% set aside, the proposal didn't indicate whether that's 10% of initial money or 10% of all money, so I actually did both calculations just to see the impact of those two. When you step back from Texas Grant, since it puts emphasis on renewal students, the money that we're taking out of circulation is initial year money. So the renewal allocations for everyone would not be impacted by the proposal. It's only the initial year money distribution that would be impacted. 10% of the IY allocation for FY13 would be $10.7 million. 10% of the funds allocated, the total funds allocated was $29.1 million. So again, what we did was we took actually the allocation worksheet that was used to do the FY13 allocation, and in the section dealing with IY allocations, we changed the dollar amount from being the original amount to being one that was just the amount, 90% of that amount. So that would drop the amount of money to 90%, and we could identify how much money every college would lose at the starting in order to put money into the 10% pot. So every school lost money in that first step. The next question was who would then receive some of that money back through the allocation for being in that top graduation group. The table at the bottom in front of you indicates that of the universities, of the 30 universities we had, 18 lost money and 16 gained money. The average amount that was lost by a university was $186,000. The average amount gained was $210,000, and the gain is higher than the loss because there were more schools losing money than were gaining money. So the money is distributed in that way. Now, in figuring out who gets the money and how much they would get, we use the same approach as we did for our basic allocation approach for initial money. The number, it's based on the number of awards that can be made with the money that's available. And so since community college awards are smaller than university awards, it's not prorated on the number of dollars per school. It has to do with the number of awards. So each sector gets its share of the awards that would be made with that money out there. The community college, so there was a split between universities and community colleges and technical colleges and the Lamar State colleges, just as it does when we do our regular allocations, based on how to split the initial year money so that each sector is getting its share of the awards that would be made. And again, down below you can see the results. The 10% approach, if we took 10% of the initial year money and reallocated it, then 40 institutions would lose funds. This is when you take it from everybody and then give it back only to those who met one of the graduation criteria, and 54 would gain money. and you can see the amounts per type of institution down here. The back sheets attached to this show the actual amounts per institution if you're interested in that. On the next page, on the back page of what I've been referring to, is the same kind of calculation, but using 10% of the total amount allocated. So instead of pulling 10.7 million out of the IY fund, we're pulling 29.1 million out of the IY fund and redistributing it through the formula. And again, you have the same 40 and 54 split in terms of institutions, but obviously the impact per student, per school is greater because you're distributing and taking and distributing more money in that other approach. So obviously this is a thing that could be done. It is, and now you get into policy discussion as to whether it's something that should be done. And I think that needs to be left up to the committee, or we can get into that discussion at this point. If you have any questions about the calculations, I would be glad to address those.
I would be curious to know the number of students that are actually impacted as a transfer from community colleges to public four-year institutions.
Impact on transfer students?
I'm talking about if you take this money and move it from community college to public schools, how many community college students will lose funding? How many four-year institution students will gain funding?
I guess the way I read it, Jane, since you're making the redistributions within each sector, there'd be no transfer of funding or students necessarily from one sector to another.
Now, my difficulty in answering your question is that the money that I transferred was redistributed among the sectors as it should have been distributed in the original pool. Because again, the approach, it's a weighted average, you don't need to know the statistics, but basically, I think what Tom just said is correct. I had to think my way through it. We took money from everyone, which had been distributed using this same approach originally, and we used that same approach to redistribute it afterwards.
Okay. Well, I didn't realize you were redistributing it within the segment. So.
Well, it isn't like we took away this money from the private school, the community colleges, and then redid it. I did it as a whole, but I think the results are the same. But I'll be glad to check that for you. The intent was to, certainly was to be fair in the distribution of the funds that were moving around. But I did not do the movement based on the sector. I took across the board this amount, but when you think about it, it was distributed on the same formula that it would be distributed over here. So it should be an equal kind of share. But I'll be glad to proof that.
Okay.
So can I just get clarification, because I just want to make sure I understand. So this is only the graduation rate for Texas Grant?
No.
This
is
our...
It's the overall four-year graduation rate.
Our university four-year graduation rate. And so...
What was requested.
And I misunderstood your request.
The request, as you put on the front page of this, was look at institutions who are above the statewide average and above the statewide increase in the four-year graduation rate average for Texas grant recipients.
That makes a big difference. Yep. And then,
so if you calculated it on overall graduation rates, you calculated it incorrectly.
You are correct.
Thank you. Could we just defer this then?
I will redo it and send it out.
Can I ask a clarification question before we do that? I just want to understand the philosophy behind it. So if we look at the Texas grant graduation rate and what that statewide average is, we're looking at reallocating based on not just that you're above the statewide graduation rate, but also if you've made improvements to the, so if I'm below, which I likely am, if ours is below the statewide rate, if we've made an increase in that graduation rate, we could potentially benefit from, we wouldn't necessarily lose anything, or it may be minimal depending on the amount of increase that I go above? Is that what you're saying?
No, it was a yes or no.
If you're above it.
You're above or below the state
The statewide average or the statewide increase that's happening on a regular basis?
Correct. Both of those, either of those. If you were above the statewide for the final year,
okay,
or your increase was above the statewide increase for the 4-year period, then you would be in that. And I apologize for the error. We'll have to see about getting the statistics for Texas grant recipients only.
Are you able to do that?
I don't know.
It'll have to be based on your initial pool of first-year recipients. Is that?
Wouldn't all that be available through the financial aid data system?
But it's
Texas grant year-end reports?
Yes, I'm not saying that the data doesn't exist. I'm saying making sure that we capture the correct starting pool of students to evaluate. It's not everybody necessarily.
The data used here were cohorts that were first-time full-time entering freshmen in 07, 08, 09, to graduate. I'm sorry, who graduated in 07, 8, 9, 10, 11 in the fall. So we have to go back the cohort 4 years before that, and then we're looking 4 years later whether they have graduated.
You just need to look, though, at the initial Texas grant recipients by institution at some predetermined start date, whatever that fiscal year is.
Right. I've got to tell you, Jane, even if this is supposed to be for the entire entering cohort, I mean, the governor announced this past fall that we had a statewide 30% four-year graduation rate. This is suggesting a statewide average, at least in our four-year public institutions, a four-year graduation rate of 18.7%. Was the governor wrong in the data he gave out? This doesn't make sense, because I'm looking at some schools here that I know what their rates are, at least I think I know what the rates are, and it looks low.
Are you
now,
sure
again, are you sure you
Texas
didn't
grant
use
recipients?
Texas grant recipients?
Okay. I'm not having a good day. If you read the headings for this particular spreadsheet, it definitely indicates Texas grant. So these are the Texas grant rates.
You got these from
I
Diane?
got them from Kathy Cox. And so they are indeed what you had asked for.
That they are?
They are for Texas grant recipients. Not on this. I probably have the raw data on this thumb drive if y'all want to take a look.
And I have a question that I'm not sure how it works. Knowing that not all students are counted, the distance ed out-of-state students are not counted on, my understanding, any report. How does that impact a graduation rate? Because those students do graduate. No, right. No, not respective of this report, but if we're going to look at overall graduation rates, that's a population that's omitted from being reported on. Harold, can you hum a little something for us?
No.
Here is information. Can everyone see that? No, not yet. Okay. What I have on this, in this spreadsheet are several tabs, each one for the Texas Grant 4-year graduate FY06 cohort, FY07 cohort, etc. And for what you have in front of you, I took the same institution grad rate and just took that one column and included it. So, but the bottom line information about numbers of students in the cohort and those who had graduated are on these things, if I can get this to open up for you.
Public universities.
Total number of recipients in the fall 2007 cohort, 12,839.
So these are Texas grant recipients.
Yes, it is definitely Texas grant recipients. Okay, sorry, we're trying to get us technical assistance.
There's just a broader policy discussion we can continue to have, because it doesn't really matter. It's do you want to shift funds away from lower performing institutions to higher performing institutions? That's the fundamental question for discussion.
And I guess my question would be, should we do this, again, the priority model's coming up, which is supposed to enhance and improve graduation rates. Should we be making this decision before we implement this new model? That would be that's a question to ask. Because ultimately that's supposed to, and plus a lot of us are doing a lot of improvement to graduation. So I do like the idea that you're being rewarded for improving it. It's not just based on, well, here's the statewide average, so you're above it, you get extra money. At least it is based on, well, we're making improvements to it. But, you know, again, we're getting ready to implement a priority model that's supposed to improve graduation rates, and we're already changing the formula for our allocation before we ever implement that model to see if it's going to improve graduation rates. Right? So that would be my sticky issue there.
And if the curriculum changes come through, then
that could change.
Thought that that's going to require a lot more developmental work for students coming into college. What kind of impact does that have? Excuse me.
And are we taking funds, though, from
schools that need it?
Schools that need it to help do a better job, and giving it to schools that are already doing a better job from financial aid dollars, when maybe that should be somewhere else that the money's coming from? Because I'm not opposed to rewarding those that are doing good things, but I'm not necessarily in favor of taking funds away from schools that they could use to help do a better job.
Well, Harold, it's student financial aid, not institutional financial aid. This is supposed to serve the needs of the students, and what this does is it reallocates Texas grant, or gives Texas grant students, eligible students, a bigger chance of going to institutions where they have a better chance of graduating in 4 years.
Well, I understand it's student financial aid, and there are students at some institutions who would lose that aid.
Yes, they are. But your question was framed as what it does to the institution. This is not institutional funding.
Well, I understand.
It impacts the institution.
But I think you understand what I meant, though. It's the students that are impacted.
Now, the students will still do okay, because they'll be able to go to better institutions that serve their needs better.
I would almost resent that statement, but coming from you, I understand.
This also makes it possible for institutions that are improving themselves to participate in this.
Well, I'm not sure that those better institutions you're talking about would even have the capacity to serve those students.
I think they would.
Well, if your freshman class is limited and so forth, you don't necessarily have the ability to say, we've got X number more students that are eligible to come here, we're just going to increase our enrollment all of a sudden. Whereas at community college, we are there to serve our community, and we pretty much take all comers.
And you're, in what Jane has set up here, the competition for this, if you want to call it that, is community college to community college, 4-year institution to 4-year institution. There's nothing here that reallocates any funding away from community colleges to 4-year institutions or institutions that might have any kind of limitations on their size of their freshman class.
Yeah, and my comment wasn't framed within the context of taking money from community colleges to public colleges. I'm just talking about any school that needs the funds to help their students advance because they're in an area where maybe their demographics aren't as good or their student body is not as well prepared as they might be. To take money away from those students may not be a service to those students. So,
And I would,
Can I just ask something? The Texas grant.
Can you turn your microphone on, please?
Why can't the Texas grant be kind of like the Pell? Where they go is where they get paid, period. That's simple, really. Why does it have to be you're only going to get so much money here and you're only going to get so much money there?
Since it's not funded fully?
No, I know it's not funded fully, but if I'm going to go to where I'm going to go, why can't it just follow me? More than likely, you're not going to find all your students anyway, but you only have so much money anyway, right? Once it runs out, just like anything else, just like the SEOG. Once it runs out, it runs out. So anyway.
I was going to say, if you were to do something like this and have an average for that type of, like Publix, I would kind of have a drop off, or maybe use the median and not the average, or drop off X number of them on the top and X at the bottom to kind of make the benchmark kind of more realistic and not the outliers, not have the outliers increase it or decrease it.
Although, if UT Austin, sorry, Tom. I'm just trying to figure out, it may benefit some of us if we're making increases. I don't know. Never mind.
I don't know, but I have a real problem with averages because averages,
sure,
to some extent are worthless. I mean, they are good to compare things from year to year, but, you earn $400,000, I earn $10,000, our average,
Yeah. We are obviously having technical difficulties. I'll be glad to send everyone the background details of these, of the charts about graduation rates. Again, I am pleased to say that we did do these calculations based on Texas grant graduation rates. So the results should be reflective of what we were asked to calculate.
Yeah. And I will also agree with one other thing. I think, again, we talked earlier about this. I think the consensus of this committee is correct. We shouldn't be making wholesale changes in the Texas grant program until we see how how things work with the new priority criteria. I think, though, at some point we're going to see how things work with that, and at that point we're going to have to face issues like this.
So can we go ahead and make a decision to table this? Or can we not talk about it again until 2 years?
No, I understood that I was presenting this just as a for information purposes, not with the idea that this would be adopted as a plan for allocating for next year.
Okay.
And I just had a question. So, as to even why this came up, is this because of the upcoming that we're going to be held more accountable for graduation rates and transfer rates and all that, or was this just a let's look at how we're allocating? And
I think Joe was really asking a lot of questions.
Okay.
If memory serves me correctly.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I think it's been kind of out there already in a lot of discussions over the past few years about whether the allocation process is fair, and there are some that believe that it should be the allocation should be based on who's graduating at a better rate. So you're right, it's kind of a conversation going on. I just think we have to be careful on the assumptions that we make about schools that may have lower rates or lower rates of increases. So,
and I agree. I think we need to
it's
table
also
it, yeah.
hard for all of us to. I mean, I'm going through the same struggle at an institutional level because we've been a first come first serve need based, and now we've got this graduation rate improvement plan that we're being held accountable to improve our 4-year graduation. So we're having to think, okay, how am I going to redistribute some of that aid and still provide access? So I think we're going to be under that same struggle with the Texas Grant Program, and so we just have to tread carefully into this discussion and make sure that we're fair across the board and that money's still being distributed. And I know this is at a institution level too, that formula funding is under discussion right now, and 10% of your formula funding may be based on your graduation rate. And the universities are pretty much supporting that. It's 10%, it's not the entire allocation. So we do have to keep that in mind, that it is a smaller portion of our allocation, not the entire allocation, right, is what we're potentially proposing. I mean, I don't want to lose any money. I'm right there with you. But we just...
I think from my standpoint, I think hopefully it is understood that it isn't that an allocation process was handed to us when this program was handed to us. We've been on a learning curve for the last 13 years on this program. And it was the first program we ever ran into that had an IY-RY component. So that was a whole new wrinkle that we had to put into it. We do a lot to try to make this reflect where the money should be going, giving everyone their fair share of the funds. And I think the reason for raising the question is that I, for one, don't want to pretend that we have the only way that it could be done and done well. And if there are aspects of the way we do it that need to be tweaked, need to be eliminated, need to be changed, that was kind of where this whole thing came in my head, is what we might get out of this. There's no question there are infinite ways that this can be adjusted to go with different policies, different target populations. What we have done has primarily been driven by the goal to get the money where the eligible students are, whether they're, the priority, there's no sensitivity to priority in this. Whether that in some future world should have something like that, I don't know. But okay, that sounds good to me. I gladly live with it the way it is right now. But I, again, just didn't want. There are a lot of ways this could be changed and done differently. We could trash the whole approach and do it differently. But this has seemed to have worked fairly well in the past. But each time we do an allocation, we get questions. How did you do it? Why did you do it this way? Mine
went up, mine went down.
Yeah. And those are legitimate questions that we try to respond to each year. And if there are ways that we can improve the distribution or should change the distribution, we're open to it. We're going to have to be doing these calculations within the next month. And I would assume, based on the discussion today, that we would use the same approach that we've used for the last year or so, a couple of years. And so this discussion probably will come up at a later meeting.
And the discussion will be ongoing.
I would think so, and it probably should be.
Yes, without a doubt.
Any questions on this, though, before we move on? Okay, and I apologize for the confusion about the data we were looking at. Would you like for me to send you the graduation rate information per school, or do you have adequate information at this? Let me do it this way. If you would like those, let me know and I'll send it to you. I'll be glad to send you the data, either for the 3-year or 4-year or for both.
That's good.
Okay.
What, sending us this data?
Yeah, well, the backup information from which those data were derived. What I was unable to show you on the screen. Just let me know. Send me an email, and I'll be glad to send it to you.
Next fun topic, discussions of ways to report students using loans to replace family contribution. Jane.
And Marcus, I appreciate the fact you volunteered to head this discussion. When we were talking about FADs a couple of meetings ago, in the FADS report, the Financial Aid Database report, one of the things that came out in the discussion is that in the report itself, we have information for students who are basic needy students, and we've defined that in the process as students whose resources were equal to or less than the cost of attendance. And then we had a group that we referred to as students who received, who used aid in part to replace family contribution. And if I remember comments from the committee, among them were things like, well, those are needy students too. We shouldn't be discriminating between those two groups. And the reason we started making that distinction is that when we combine the two, because FADS doesn't have any way of netting out the money used to replace family contribution, all of that excess money, what looks like excess money, dampens the financial need of the students who didn't get beyond need and are beyond cost. And so we pulled them out just to have that other group as accurate as we could reflect it. So I wanted to come back to you and talk a little bit about this problem. If you look at the first page next in your handout, and on the short side that has fewer rows of data, one of the things you see, this is just for this only includes students who received resources in excess of cost, and there were 173,000. Whoops, let me get to the right spot. I hate front and back. Okay, you need to go back to the long side because this is one table. You just need to flip it over to get to the end of it. There were 198,000 students in the financial aid database who received resources in excess of cost. That's when you count EFC and all the financial aid that they received. When you flip over to the next side and look at the loans that were received, there were 173,000 who received loans, which means there were 25,000 of those who weren't using loans to replace family contribution. And I don't know how to explain how they receive, if that's not happening, how do they come up with more than the cost of attendance if they are need-based aid recipients? The next thing you have in your handout is a table that looks like this, and it's labeled financial aid received other than loans. And when you go down, you can see that TEG is included in this. Let's see, Texas grant recipients, not a lot of them, but there were some Texas grant recipients who fell into this category. And I need your help in understanding how a Texas grant recipient could end up with resources greater than cost. Because maybe I can then figure out how better to describe this group of students.
I can tell you why Pell would.
I understand Pell. Because Pell is an entitlement, is that where you're coming from?
Yeah, so for example, for like our athletic, we've made a decision that if all they're getting is scholarships and Pell, it can exceed the cost of attendance. It's a university decision. So like an athletic scholarship that's a full ride and they get the full Pell, it will exceed the cost of attendance. But
are you aggregating all family contribution and all cost of attendance?
Yes, this should be based on total family contribution and total cost.
Maybe that's what's...
Because if one student might have a $25,000 EFC and a $10,000 cost, all they're getting is parent loan,
Right.
a grant or something, that extra $15,000 of EFC shouldn't count.
Why?
That's one student. Well, it should count, but not as far as an aggregate goes.
Okay, take that student and walk me through the packaging process. Your cost is?
Say $10,000.
Okay, and the EFC is $25,000?
$25,000.
How do they receive any need-based aid?
They don't.
They don't. But you're wanting us to report scholarships, you're wanting us to report
Right.
parent loan. That student would qualify for a parent loan.
Okay.
So we're having to count some of that in here.
Now, this group of 25,000 got no loans.
No,
Okay.
to go back to what are you looking at, which page?
Okay, on this first page that you had, in the first column,
Labeled 1 of 8. Copy of financial aid received other than loans.
if we're looking at the first sheet that was in there called Students Using Aid in Part to Replace Family Contribution.
Thank you.
This combination had, if you look in the first column, there were 198,000 students. Yeah. And then you have cost of attendance total, number of people reporting family contribution. Why would 23,000 not report family contribution?
Because their scholarships only and they didn't do it last year.
Okay, that's helping. That's helping me move in that direction.
But if you're in your total, in your summary, if you're counting all that 25,000, it's reducing or it's offsetting. You've got the full 10,000 cost of ed. Mm-hmm. You're carrying that extra 15,000, and it's affecting other because the total cost of ed.
Well, it would only the way this has worked. It's only if that student is receiving. Okay, this student is receiving financial aid. Mm-hmm. So the cost of attendance, if they're in the FADS report, they did the FAFSA, and again everybody who did the FAFSA or who received an aid, right. But we've had these kinds of students since before we started reporting merit aid only students.
For your summary, that student's EFC probably should only be counted as 10,000 up to the cost of ed, not that full 25. Because when you get down here to your total numbers, you've counted 15,000 more than this student's cost of ed in summary that shouldn't.
Okay.
Because it's really just the 10,000.
Okay, so if we're trying to sort the programming to calculate this correctly, they should take cost and subtract all aid reported, subtract that from cost, and have that be the maximum EFC that's counted in the report? Well,
substitute for something that you're using. We're using the EFC to calculate need-based aid. We're coming around.
Turn your microphone on, please.
They can get a plus for 1,500. Their EFC is 1,500. 10,000, the EFC 1,500. Then we're coming up through the back end and saying we're going to give them a 1,500 EFC, but their need was only the $8,500 need-based aid. And what you're trying to do is you're saying, but they only had need for 8,500. Why are you giving them 10,000?
Yeah.
But it's up to $10,000 that we can give them assistance.
But you understand my problem.
Yes.
Is that this record shows an excess of resources.
Well, the federal government has enacted laws that allow families to borrow their EFC.
Right, and I can understand it with loans. This group of 25,000 who didn't get loans is the group that I'm most having trouble with.
And where are they on here?
Okay, over here you have 198,000 total. Over here under loans, 173,000 on the back of that page. So that shows 25,000 recipients who did not get loans who are in that group.
It would be really good for it. It's kind of like the same
Loans of
thing.
any kind or need-based loans?
No loans are reported on FADS for them at all.
In order for, this is the same thing I go through when we find a banner issue, something maybe, okay, so I wouldn't mind seeing a couple of the 2,222,000 Pell students to see, okay, what is their award? I don't think we can sit here and go, well, this is what's happening.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I find it hard to believe, this is just me, that 2,222 Pell eligible students were awarded above their cost of attendance or above their need, Jane. I just don't think it's possible for our systems to allow that to happen, so I don't think it's really happening. But that's
Well, it could be a
anecdotal from my
reporting error.
opinion. But I need to see the same thing that when we look at Banner. Okay, somebody says some issues going on. Okay, well, give me a student ID so I can go and look at it.
Pointed out individual people.
Yeah, and that's what.
I think, yeah.
That's the only way we're going to be able to see what
Okay.
might be happening,
It could
or
be
if it's a
pulling the
reporting
wrong
issue.
EFC. It could be pulling a 6-month cost of ed versus a 12-month. I mean, there's all
that's true.
kinds
There's
of.
all kinds of things with the.
And that's where I think
Okay.
looking at them individually, and I don't know that we have
Yeah.
the ability to do that, but I think walking through that would really help.
All right, well, that may be where we go from here.
Goal of doing this, though.
Well,
What's the-
again, my problem was when we were talking about the FADS report, my impression was people said they really felt that this label of students using aid in part to replace family contribution as a second group other than those who received aid less than or equal to need was an artificial split. And I don't know how to get rid of that artificial split, because if I add these kids to that other group, that group is going to show less need, and that's not appropriate for that group. That makes sense?
But you're just trying to show accurately the people who use
Right.
loans to replace.
And the way this shows.
Well,
is like,
that's the only way I knew to describe them, but now I realize that doesn't apply to 25,000 of them. So mainly I want what we have in our report to be as accurate as possible, and that apparently is not true right now, and I need your help in figuring out how to make it better.
We're going to go get a couple of examples and try and work through them. Sounds like that
because there's
makes
no
sense.
way that we can award
Okay.
Pell over.
Sure.
It's not.
It won't let you.
Unless, no, there's no way it will let you do that. So that's why I'm struggling with looking at this sheet of financial aid received other than loans. That
Okay.
there were that many issues. That's why I think there's some outliers out there, or the way you're doing those aggregates, like Marcus said on that FADS report, is skewing the information and not giving us the right picture. So we might
Okay.
just have to change how we pull that information from the FADS to figure out what's the purpose of our reporting, what is it that what story are we trying to tell, and then figure out how to make FADS tell the story that we want to tell, right? That's basically what we're trying to do. So
Okay.
instead
Okay.
of assuming that we're making all these packaging errors, which is what this says right here.
We get, our FADS data without any student identifiers, and we look for certain things where we're checking for anomalies. And what we have found, and in pointing these out to institutions where we found them, they have often come back to us and said, we had a glitch in the system where it read the wrong column. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes it's because they didn't write their program exactly right.
Right.
But that may explain quite a bit of this. But
Okay,
the only
well-
way to do it is to look at individual students where it's happened.
Okay, well, what I will do, especially for those programs like Pell, TEG, Texas Grant, is I will pull a couple of records and we'll take a look at them. Now, I guess the next really relevant question, is this something that this committee should be looking at, or do you want me to take that to the subcommittee?
Either way is fine.
I'm quite
Rosie would
willing.
like to deal with it.
Some of us can volunteer to.
Okay. Okay.
I think the first thing, though, is to identify the school where it came from and ask them some questions.
Sure,
on
and
it.
see if there was a reporting issue like Carol.
Jane, Lynn should be able to help you because she's been on our side of the track, so
Sure.
she
Okay.
should be able to.
Talk to Lynn?
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got somebody in your back door.
And notice no one has said, yes, I'll take that. It's all-
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, Lynn is and has been an excellent financial aid director, so.
Okay, thank
Very
you.
good suggestions.
So, Doris, and you're willing to, and Carolyn?
Yeah, if you can
I am
find some
too.
that are mine.
I am too. I'm willing to help with
Thank you,
whatever.
I think we all would.
Yeah,
Okay,
really.
well, I will send out some samples, and your help will be greatly appreciated. Obviously, we want that report to be as accurate as it can be, and this gets way over my head in terms of trying to figure out what's happening.
And I don't know this, but you asked for Veterans Affairs information, didn't you, on the FADS?
We now ask for any exemptions, anything that impacts the
You don't ask
the
for
need.
post 9/11 on it? Because I was going to say, a lot of those things are exempted might show up, we might report it, but
Yeah.
aren't
That could make it look skewed.
you know, it could make it look
Okay.
skewed. So there's
But
probably
again,
lots
this,
of
this has been going on long since before those came up. So, because we started this, we made this split probably 10 years ago because we were seeing this occur. Okay, thank you. I will get some samples out to you and look forward to your feedback.
Okay, as we have kind of hit on a couple of times, this committee has a subcommittee deals with the FADS/FADE committee. Our lovely chair is, please introduce yourself.
Hello, good afternoon, Rosie Juarez.
And Rosie has done a wonderful job with the committee. We've met twice, I believe. We will meet again tomorrow. The last meeting that we had, wonderful discussion, just great interaction. And it kind of has come about that there's some questions I think that we need to ask. And one is, what is the purpose of the FADE committee? Or sorry, what is the purpose of the FADE report? And is that really to capture all the financial aid dollars that go to students at the different institutions within the state? Some of the things that have come out, there are students at community colleges, continuing ed, that can receive TPEG. Didn't know that. Well, those are not collected on CBM 001. Distance ed out-of-state students are not counted on the CBM 001. So the feeling is, and I believe Doug had mentioned to us once before, that really the CBM 001 report is really a funding report. Mm-hmm. And if it is just a funding report, then I think at some point, really an enrollment report needs to be required. I think we need to know everyone who is attending higher education within the state. I'm sorry, maybe I'm naive, I don't know. Marcus personally thinks the 001 is the one to do that, and that would be basically don't exclude anyone. I mean, you're already capturing all the data, visiting with the registrar folks at most of the school's campuses here. The interaction has been one of the things that makes the 001 report challenging to produce is eliminating those different populations from the report. They can very easily pull everyone who's enrolled. It's having to go back through it manually and excluding those populations that you don't want reported. So anyway, that's probably the biggest thing so far that has come out of the FADE committee, subcommittee. But why are we looking at that? Well, because one of the largest errors that we see with our FADE report is because it's being compared enrollment-wise back to the 001. So we're dealing with hundreds of errors because the 001 is not collecting all the enrolled students. So I guess kind of at this point, the recommendation, if we would make it, is fix the 001 or stop comparing our report to it, because they are not completely similar as far as data goes. In our opinion, there would really be fix the 001, but that's not necessarily our purview. Did I speak for you well enough? Okay. Questions, thoughts, comments? Sir, we can't leave for 9 more minutes, okay?
Yes.
To answer your basic question about what the purpose of FADS is, I think you said it accurately. If you look at the rider that describes what the report is to do, it is to look at all of the financial resources available to students attending college in Texas. So I think at least the rider is very broad in what it's asking for. The FADS originally was started with those students receiving financial aid. Then we realized one of the questions that kept coming up was, what about those who are not receiving financial aid? And so we expanded it to those who submitted the FAFSA or TASFA. And then the next question was, or request of data from the legislature, is the way I remember it, was what about the non-need resources that are made available at the institutions? And that's why we expanded the program to include non-need-based assistance. Now, in the past, we had included non-need-based if they also got need-based aid, because once they were in the database, we asked for all of the information. But this latest iteration was to include, there's curiosity or desire to know about the resources that institutions have available to them to help support students going to college. And then I think the last piece was to expand the exemption and waiver field to collect individual student data and FADs, and that's mainly because we keep getting questions from the legislature about the need of students who are getting these exemptions. Exemptions and waivers are totaling almost $500 million a year. So there's a lot of curiosity as to who's getting them, and there's no database anywhere with that information. So the FADs seem to be the logical place to do that. And our impression is that most institutions have made that transition. We certainly are getting a lot more data than we did originally in those fields. They still don't directly reconcile with the what we call IFRS report, which has been our source before. And IFRS is an accounting report and does not have the, let's see, what am I trying to say? It doesn't have student-by-student data. It's all aggregate. So we couldn't answer any of these questions coming from the legislature about grant or exemption waiver recipients using the IFRS report. 100 years ago, the 001 had discrete labels or numbers for each exemption and waiver program. And that was how some information was gleaned about these programs, but it doesn't include any information about cost of attendance or what the value of the award was or anything like that. So that doesn't seem a reasonable alternative.
And I think that the new report with exemptions, waivers, all of that in there, I don't think that's been a big deal. I mean, the first year to make the change is a little bit challenging because you've got to get systems in place to collect it. But second year on it is really probably not going to be a big deal, just, again, like it's been with all the changes.
Well, it's an ideal way to get unduplicated counts of recipients and the funds they get because you have one record and you have fall, spring, and summer included in there. So that's been a really great improvement over what we've had before.
I think, though, the question was, Jane, do the legislators want to know exactly how much money, or no, like Marcus said, how many students really register at that institution? Because we have to subtract the continuing net student. And if you stop to think how many really register at ACC, it's not just the 45 enrollment. We've got another huge chunk in the continuing net, but those students are not being reported because they're not in the 001. And so,
well, if they are getting financial aid, they should be included in the 001. But then you get the error. You're
exactly.
correct.
So
right.
It's like a
right.
Well, and if we're going to look at graduation rates and the institutions are going to be held accountable for that, the students who are not included on the 001 can graduate. So how are they being reported as graduating or not graduating if they're not being considered as being enrolled?
What I've heard is the reason for not expanding the 001 is that the 001 is the basis for formula funding calculations. And the penalty for any error in those calculations is so drastic that they don't even want to run the risk of expanding that program to include non-formula funded
I believe they're coded on there. If it's a student who's exceeded whatever hours, there's a code so that their hours are not considered for funding. I believe that's a specific code in there. And again, I don't do the 001. I don't want to. The fade is plenty. But anyway.
So I have a question, Marcus.
Sir?
So do the folks here, do you get any value of bouncing off the financial aid database to the CBM, or is it?
It appears to me the FADE report is being used to validate the 001 versus the other way around. Again, that's what it appears to me. Does it benefit us? No. Does it benefit y'all? I don't know. I think one of the things that has come out of it is Does the coordinating board have accurate numbers of all the students who are enrolled in higher education in the state? If you discount proprietary school because most of them don't report to you, but even at my institution, I do not believe you have all record of all my students that are enrolled. And how that works with different reports that are being generated, I don't know that everything's there. Sorry, I'm trying to tiptoe in.
And when you say continuing ed, you mean non-degree,
That's at a community
CE
college.
credits. Yeah. They get
Continuing
CE
ed credit.
credits.
My students, it's the out-of-state distance ed folks, is the only population we've identified so far that are not to be included on the 001.
Yeah, they're not getting college credit. It's just, CE, like she said, community education. Sometimes the nursing student, not nursing students, but nurses have to get extra credit, or, that's kind of professional development stuff.
Our police academy is.
We have massage therapy. That's continuing education. So,
I guess ultimately the committee is going to need to put together a recommendation of where you would like to land. I think there's opportunity to make that request.
Okay.
I think the reason we ventured down this path was a certain set of circumstances, and now that we've been doing this for the third year now, those circumstances, we know a lot more now than we did 3 years ago, right?
You bet.
So there may be a time to circle back and say the purposes for matching, we've addressed them all, we're comfortable where we're at, we don't need to match anymore, or we need to continue to match.
I
and
don't
we
think
need
it's
to,
a bad thing to match if the data matches.
if you're matching.
But if you're matching
It should
apples
be-
to apples, and I think that's the problem, that we're
Well, and
not.
I don't know that we've articulated the differences. I know that we have within the committee and perhaps with Doug and his folks, but it hasn't been formulated into a recommendation of doing something different.
And that's where I think one of the recommendations that kind of came out of the last meeting would be to have a group of the registrars or the reporting entities, some of the folks who are working on the financial aid database, maybe even some of the software providers. You don't want to get it too big to start with, and have that discussion. Okay, what are the data fields? What can we look at? I don't think it's a bad thing to compare FADE back to enrollment. I mean, that's not a bad thing at all, as long as it's the same data. And that's where really the challenge has been. But I don't think that's a problem for anyone to look at those kind of things. But when we're getting vast errors, and it's because of that.
Legitimate.
Exactly.
Well, or the error reports become not error reports, they become informational of we know that these students are different, and here's why they're different, and we understand that, and we're okay with that, but it's not an error.
Right.
Well, I also think it's a point in time of, we're paying here, and the 001 is being run here.
Fourth class state.
So, it could have changed. Enrollment could have changed. So I think, you've said this before, Rosie, it's a point in time in terms of where, we have one figure, but then they're capturing this from this other thing. And then like with the business office, that iFirst report, you just said they're reporting an aggregate number to you, but yet we needed to do it on an individual student basis. And that was where we had problems, because business office would say, well, I can't tell you who that is, or, we can't break it down. So
IFRS is fiscal year, isn't it?
It is.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so we're looking at many different calendars
Right.
as well.
Well, and that's obviously an issue with FADs, because we do allow institutions to use their fiscal year. So that will be a discrepancy. And I had one really good point to make, and I've lost it.
Well, but that's, I guess, my point is that if we're comparing apples to apples, and yeah, we can reconcile. But when we're using all kinds of different dates, point in times, and this is where, it's driving the people that are doing these FADES report, to pull their hair, which is Rosie. Look at her hair now.
She's got a lot of
I might suggest that we try to craft, I mean, again, this is something we've been working on for a long time, and I think that we have all of the information that we need to put forward some kind of a recommendation.
Tomorrow's
I think it's
meeting.
the
Sounds
time
good.
it's to do that.
Sounds great. But again, it's been a great committee, just getting ideas, the different schools doing different things, but it's been very good.
Is this a recommendation to this committee?
Well, I think the subcommittee needs to recommend, here, we've done all this work, here's what we've identified, here's what we would like to propose to move forward with, and then ultimately, we have to get with the data collecting folks and, have it out.
That is everything on the agenda. I show we're 3 minutes past. Is there any new items we want to bring about?
Oh, next meeting.
Next meeting date? Time frame?
3 months from now would be May, and I believe our student Kayla indicated that because of beginning and ending in classes, that for her, if we could meet between May 11 and May 20, somewhere in there, she would be free to come and join us.
Cool. I suggest May 17th.
Friday, 16th.
Is the
Friday?
PG advisory committee meeting.
But is it good to have it on the same day or the day before?
The day before would be super.
The 15th?
Not good to have it on the same day.
Okay. And what day is the TG?
TG's the 16th, so we would need to do it on the 15th.
The 15th would
It's a
be great.
Wednesday.
We will see if we can get the room for the 15th of May.
Cool.
Is TG only meeting on the 16th? They don't meet it? Do they have that's not a time they're doing an
I
orientation?
don't believe so.
Okay.
That looks great.
And are
Okay.
there any agenda items from this meeting that need to go forward to that one?
Yes.
Yes, no. Are there any other proposals or ideas regarding allocation on Texas grant that want to be considered and calculated? I mean, yours was the only one that was brought forth, right? So did that trigger any other ideas? Okay. Excellent. Y'all, thanks for a great meeting. It's been great fun.
Thanks for leading us, Mark.
Have a safe trip.
Lord willing, Joe will be back next time. We all hope and pray. So, thanks, y'all.